just to stay.
Just to
fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, Unjust Carly. Hello, Mobius. Hello, Lotta Apples. Where you been? Hello, Red Onion. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Satanarchist. Hello, Dr. Deletus. Hello, Boring Bath. Hello, Legala DeVille. Hello, Non-Aesthetic Witch. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Dragon Slayer. Hello, Hale Swybeck. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Hello, Dangerous Game of Billiards. The most dangerous game. Hello, Erica. Hello, Shauna? Cranky Pants. Hello, Nitric Oxide. My God. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Hello, Miranda V. Hello, Midas Kevin Anderson. Hello, two Mr. Andersons. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Even Odd. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, PC Schwartz. Hello, Penny Ann T. Hello, Mix Rossetti. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and of course our revered thems. Welcome, folks. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Winby. Outfit looks good. Oh yeah, I finally wore my Pride outfit for you guys. This is what I wore to Pride.
Pick the button from the olive tree.
You know, it's got a lot of different elements to it, and like I can kind of like shake around a little bit. It's fun. Yeah, it's true. I am the only person to have beaten the Elden Ring video game. That is true. No one else has beaten it. It's kind of crazy. It's like Ready Player One, but good. Hello, Feistiest Bard. I know, hello to everyone. Penny Auntie, thank you for gifting a sub to Olive Rider. And yes, I know it's not Olive Rider, but I'm gonna keep saying it Olive Rider till I die. Yeah, no, Vosh is only good at Bloodborne, guys. I don't know. Have you even seen him play another game? I don't think so. It's the only game he can play. Olive Ride or Die, true. Yeah, Legala DeVille, it was a really close call, too. He played Paper Mario, lies and slander. Let's see. Going to your first Pride event soon. Oh, I hope it goes well. Now, guys, I ate a couple, like, chocolate-covered peanuts right before I started streaming. Now I got little bits of peanut in my teeth, and I'm really sorry about that. He voiced Paper Mario? See, that's the confusion. He voiced some of the characters in Paper Mario. He didn't play the game. Yeah, you guys. He's good at the one game called yelling at chat. Look, as a streamer, I can't throw stones in glass houses. I can't. My greenhouse abode will shatter. Thank you, Avalon of Babylon. And folks, I believe I promised you a very fun stream tonight. Hey, a lot of apples. True, his chat is bottoms. They all love being yelled at. You never yell at us? Yes, I'm only beneficent. Hoopst Among Us hasn't come here to be yelled at? Oh boy. You know, I need to get more Dami Mommy outfits. I think that's decided. You screamed at me last stream? Never. I would never do that. I'm sorry about that. You may have deserved it, but I don't remember the circumstances. You yelled at us yesterday? Ha! I didn't stream yesterday. Gotcha! It was glorious? Okay, alright. Your coverage of the debate got my husband excited to vote? He couldn't stop cracking up and seemed legit hyped? Hell yeah, let's go! Jack equals slave Leia. I need to get a slave Leia outfit. I'd look good. Fake chatter identified. What is this? Invasion of the Body Snatchers? That's a timely reference that everyone will understand. Sorry. I've been having a rough go. Whew. Can they host the debate in Colorado and have Kyle Clark be a moderator? They could. Will they? Probably not. But should Kyle Clark moderate every national debate? Absolutely. If we could fundraise to make that happen, I would be leading the charge. VP Walz got me excited to hydrate. Hell yeah. Oh man, guys. We're gonna be talking about so much tonight. But can I just say one thing? One thing. I don't understand how. Like, my entire life, Nancy Pelosi has been in politics. Being basically a fairly evil, like, liberal, okay? Like, not even like one of the good liberals, just like kind of like one of the shittier ones. And then she got really powerful. And yet, here we are. And I guess we're all gonna have to leave roses when she passes, because, like, my God.
I love him so much. I think he's been really a fantastic president of the United States. So I really wanted him to make a decision of a better campaign, because they were not facing the fact of what was happening. Just a little background.
It was like
I've
you
never
felt his
been
pain.
that impressed with his political operation.
Biden's operation.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I just haven't been. They won the White House. Bravo. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But so my concern was, this ain't happening. And we have to make a decision for us this to happen, and the president has to make the decision for that to happen. Let me just say, I won't say necessarily.
Yeah. She's like Vegeta, you know. She started out evil, and then she emerged from the time chamber, both more powerful and a better man.
I knew what I was doing at that time. I knew what I was doing in the whole thing, not just that shit.
And what was that?
That Donald Trump would never set foot in the White House again. I love him so much. And
you know what? Like, I despise her with every fiber of my being. She went from a negative Nancy to a positive Pelosi. To dead smooching. Why? God damn it. Totally lost my entire train of thought there. But yeah, no, she did it, guys. Like, you know, I'm not saying we need to, like, you know, give her like an island or something, or like donate to, like, you know, give her eternal ice cream. She's richer than God at this point, probably. All I'm saying is, like, she may have actually done us, as like a parting gift, an actual service. She might have actually saved the country from fascism. Positive Pelosi is cooking, let's go. You know, one of my favorite things is that oftentimes for memes, we just need the simple relation of alliteration. we Positive Pelosi, they both start with P's, let's go. Old white, yeah. we are that white woman's burden. Is she done? Non-aesthetic witch. She's stepped down as the leader of the House of Representatives. She's not seeking re-election. She's leaving. Okay, like she's not pulling like a Ruth Bader Ginsburg here. She's out of here, guys. So, which is like, she has no reason to put herself out there and like actually get this done. She did it. She did it, though. And that might actually make the difference. Boring Beth? She still has hella influence. Yeah, but like, she didn't need to use that influence. That was her own choice, and you know what? We all are better for it. Imagine she starts a podcast or some shit. Nah, she's gonna retire on her pile of lobbyist money. And then for the rest of her life, she'll be available at like $5 million per call if a lobbyist wants her to like argue some other old politician into a better position. We would have never gotten the Affordable Care Act if Pelosi didn't force a bill through the House, because Obama was wasting his first 2 years trying to negotiate with Republicans. Yet, like, she's always been savvy at politics. It's not easy to be the head of the House. You gotta whip all those little complainers into shape. She did it for the greater good? Honestly, yeah. She used her skills of insider trading to trade out candidates. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Also, can I just say how glad I am? How glad I am that Tim Walz is now finally getting national recognition. Because, like, holy shit, guys. Republicans are trying to attack him from every which way. None of it is sticking. It's been days now. They've got nothing. Okay? And you want to know why they have nothing, chat? You want to know why Republicans are absolutely cooked? They're trying to tell you that Tim Walz, a guy who, as some people on social media have noted, looks very much like if you gave a Muppet, like you granted a wish to a Muppet and turned him into a real boy. That basically is Tim Walz in a nutshell, okay? Like, Are you kidding me? They're trying to attack this guy. This guy? You want us to think this guy? You think this guy you think this guy doesn't care about other people? This guy looks like every single person, every single middle-aged guy who has ever, like, pulled off to the side of the road to see if, like, someone who's pulled over is having car trouble and needs some help, okay? He's got a hitch on the back of his truck. He'll get you to the nearest gas station, all right? He'll hook you up with a guy he knows in the local area. Like, he stopped one of his rallies, like, earlier today to make sure someone who collapsed in the audience got water. He paused his speech to ensure medical attention got to that person. That's just today. Is this an attack ad? No, it's just someone, like, talking about how relatable Tim Walz is, and they made the comparison between him and a Muppet. Okay, like you're gonna come after this guy? Yeah, this guy's hated by the working people of America. This guy right here, this joyful sprite given flesh.
Damn, I've been here a long time.
Hell yeah, you have, Paladin. Almost 3 years. Let's go. Thanks so much for the 3. I was about to say 3 years, and then I realized 35 months. Thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, this guy who's whenever you bump into him in the hallway, like, my God, they are so fucking mad about this, chat. They are so mad about him. Salmon Moose, thank you for subscribing and for being subscribed for 31 months. Look at you guys. Thank you so much. But yeah, like, Matt Walsh is just furious. Just to review, someone on Twitter made up a story about JD Vance having sex with a couch, and now that totally made up story is being used on stage by the Kamala campaign to mock Vance. This is honestly one of the dirtiest things I've ever seen a presidential campaign do. These people are pure evil. Bro, when did all these conservatives turn into snowflakes? When did they all gain the need for a safe space? I thought that was our thing. Okay? That's our thing. You can't have it. All right? You told us to grow thicker skin. We got the safe spaces. Now grow your fucking thicker skin. And can I just say, every conservative having to explain the meme on their shows to their audiences is one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. Every conservative talking head who wanted to quietly ignore the JD Vance fucks couches meme, who wanted to let it slide slowly by and be forgotten by history, okay? Every single one of them now has to be like, yes, the Kamala Harris campaign is now officially pushing the unsubstantiated rumor that one J.D. Vance has amorous relations with with couches. I just, like, you can't explain that and somehow make it go away because it's just an inherently funny idea. The idea that JD Vance has sex with couches, has that couch copulation, is... well, that's just something that sticks in your head forever. It doesn't matter if it's not true. It's just, like, weirdly enough, so believable that it sticks. It's like old pudding fingers Ron DeSantis himself, okay? It doesn't matter if Ron DeSantis didn't actually eat pudding with his fingers on planes. It's just an inherently funny thing to believe and to think about. Now, that wouldn't happen to be true, but nonetheless. Yeah, Meatball Ron over here. But I love Matt Walsh needing to get up in front of the world to tell everyone that it's just beyond the pale to make a joke about JD Vance having sex with couches when the candidate for the party that Matt Walsh supports, Matt Walsh not only supports the party, he also supports the candidate, has been caught on camera talking about how it's so great that he does sexual assault. He's been found civilly liable for rape. Like, making a funny joke about, like, that everyone laughs at, by the way. Like, it's not like one of those jokes where, like, no one laughed, and it's like, yeah, that was really, you really crossed the line there, bro. It wasn't like that at all. Everyone laughed. An entire stadium of people laughed. And not only that, everyone online laughed, too. But, no, that's the dirtiest thing Matt Walsh has ever seen. I mean, like, guys, Tim Walz is their kryptonite, okay? Tim Walz is their goddamn kryptonite. Kristi Noem, Walz is no leader. He's a radical. I served with him in Congress. He pretended to be moderate, then showed his true extremist colors as soon as he became governor. South Dakota has been kicking Minnesota's butt economically for years. Absolutely not true. Last year, nearly 7,000 Minnesotans moved to South Dakota because Walz took his people's freedom away. I wonder how many people from South Dakota went to the big city in Minnesota. Harris Walz will be the most radical left-wing ticket in American history. And, like, how can Kristi Noem say that when there are pictures of this guy lovingly out hunting with his dog? Like, like, you don't even have to post a rebuttal to conservatives anymore. You just show this guy smiling like crazy next to his hunting dog. He's their kryptonite. They're already, the kryptonite bullet has already, I guess in this case, clipped their ear. And now they're feeling the poisonous, toxic effects. All right? He's so happy. The Republicans are dead. They just don't know it yet. Politically. Yeah, just a jolly old man. And you know what? Like, it's so great because he's an actual human being. They can't attack him on anything. Like, here's JD Vance's most human component being brought to bear here, okay? Like, the most humanizing component of JD Vance isn't even a part of himself. It's his wife. And you want to know what she told Vanity Fair? My husband only meant to insult people who actively choose not to have kids, not people who are trying but are unsuccessful. I don't even care if this is real or not. I don't even care if this is a doctored headline. Might be. I don't know. But you know what? Nothing that's coming out of JD Vance's campaign right now is good. It's all this level, and I don't even care if this is real. It's just indicative of where the Vance campaign is right now. That Tim Walz, he's not a family man. He's just so cold and distant. Darn. Look at him. He's just thrilled to be alive. Like, he's a Fist of the North Star was put on by Muppets. You know, like, unironically, just now I really want to see that. But it's true. He's the political equivalent. And you know what? Like, it's not like Republicans, apart from the J.D. Vance Donald Trump ticket, are doing all that great either, okay? Watch this incredible example of outreach from a conservative.
Would you mind being in a video?
You're filming, so I guess so.
What are your thoughts on Donald Trump?
I think that he's a criminal.
JD's
Probably
nuts.
shouldn't be running for president.
I think you're a fucking bitch. Would you mind being in a video?
Excellent work, Malige. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. This isn't staged. Again, I don't care because it is indicative of what Republicans are actually doing as far as like outreach on this. If it is real, I wouldn't be surprised. If it's fake, I think it's indicative of where we all are right now in regards to regarding publicans. I'm sorry, Fonzie, but you are already dead. Hey, Real Radham, how you doing? Please go look at Drill's tweet. All right. Six hours ago. Oh, man. Yeah, consider this an ad. Consider this an ad, guys. Donald Trump's very good, very normal press conference from the Harris-Walz campaign. They use a goddamn Drill tweet in there. In case you thought IDF rape camps were the worst thing our government is sanctioning. Goddamn, dude. Drill is just... I have to be honest with you, for a very long time, I didn't think Drill was a real person. I thought Drill was like some kind of like bot that just regurgitated like random sayings. You're about to do AV tech for a magician? That seems on brand for you. Good luck. I hope it goes well. Now, guys, there is one attack, okay, that might work against Tim Walz. All right? Tim Walz might actually be affected by an attack on how he handled the BLM protests. And, you know, Republicans have started trying to rev up this engine of like, he burned Minneapolis to the ground. He stood by while rioters looted. You know, ignoring the fact that like the people who burned down the police station in Minneapolis, you all might have heard about that. The people who did that were actually conservatives from out of state. They came here to counter protest and in the process burned down the police station. You can look it up. They were convicted. All right? And so, but this attack has been revving up. It's been revving up and revving up. They're about to let loose tomorrow. And apparently someone unearthed audio from Donald Trump in 2020. And you want to know what Donald Trump in 2020 did?
This button is dedicated to the future of electricity generation.
Penny Auntie, thank you for gifting Solarlander a sub. Donald Trump went out there and gave Tim Walz a call, and that call was then recorded. And I wonder what Donald Trump had to say to Tim Walz. Let's take a listen, shall we?
And we spoke. And I fully agree with the way he handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that, and the whole world was laughing. 2 days, 3 days later, I spoke to the governor. The governor's, I think, on the call, and he's an excellent guy. You've got a big National Guard out there that's ready to come in and fight like hell. I tell you, the best, what they did in Minneapolis was incredible. They went in and dominated. And it happened immediately. Tim is on the phone now. Tim Walz. Again, I was very happy with the last couple of days, Tim. You called up big numbers, and the big numbers knocked them out so fast it was like bowling pins.
Our city is grieving and in pain. And I would just say, as far as the potential, the peaceful protesters who are expressing an outrage that is real. They witnessed 8 minutes of a man dying in front of them. Well, at that point in time, I did something unprecedented. I mobilized the entire Minnesota National Guard, and that's what the president was alluding to with the size of the force was capable. But I think, again, Mr. President, you asked on explaining this, I would just say, it's going to be very difficult. There are bad actors in this, but there is such a legitimate anger. Our real dilemma here is the transition back is to the catalyst that sparked this across the country, and that was what happened with the Minneapolis Police Department. So what we did is a lot of this, what you saw yesterday, was engaging civic leaders and the peaceful protests. And I would just close with, I think the guidance is you got to get a handle on it with that force. That is absolutely correct. And then the transition in the next phase is trying to get those spaces for the peaceful protest. And I'm happy to do things that we have to look at of how do we get reforms.
But, Tim, it showed the incredible difference between your great state yesterday and the day before compared to the first few days, which was just
absolutely.
Never seen
Absolutely.
A police force and take it over. And I don't blame you. I blame them.
Well, if that isn't just the giantest kick in the nuts to conservative messaging. Darn! The entire premise of our main attack on Governor Walz, which, by the way, he was elected after, like, the BLM protests. He was reelected. People voted for him. Like, it's already been relitigated. People here think he did an okay job. All right? Like, I don't know where you're how you can take this in a different way. Like, it's done so. And so that takes care of, like, the major line of attack on Tim Walz. But there's one more left, okay? There's one more attack on Tim Walz that I think they're gonna go with. It seems to have the most traction of any, I guess. And that is that prior to the invasion of Iraq, Tim Walz retired from the National Guard after 24 years of service. That's it. That's what they got. That is the major attack against him. While they're arguing that he has lied about his position, they're trying to say that, I guess, a man retiring from the military in his 40s is somehow a traitor to his country after serving all his life. And I cannot stress enough, please, conservatives, if any of you are watching, all right, please go with that messaging. Please. That is the most successful attack that they've come up with so far. Please go with it. It's gonna go so great. Because your candidate literally skipped out of Vietnam by fabricating bone spurs. Okay? JD Vance, like, wrote press releases for the military and served for, like, what, 4 years? Tim Walz has done more for America than either of them put together. He's been responding to natural disasters. He's been, having all of the logistical work done so that people don't starve to death, so that people don't, like, die of dehydration following natural disasters, so that people get rescued. That's mostly what he has done with his career. Like, it's very bizarre. The real claim is more insidious and incorrect, that Walz left the National Guard in response to knowing they were going to Iraq. It's not true. Every National Guard unit was told there was a possibility, and Walz left because it's a violation of the Hayes Act to run for public office while being active duty. Yeah. Like, he was doing other stuff while he was in the National Guard, chat. Like, he was a public school teacher. He was doing other things, and then he eventually ran for office. You can't do both. You can't be in the military and run for office. You gotta be retired. So the thing about his rank is that he did obtain the rank of Command Sergeant Major, but did not finish the schooling requirements to actually be frocked and served in the rank. He was reduced to Master Sergeant for benefits purposes. Okay, but like, it's not a lie that he obtained the rank of Command Sergeant Major. You know, like, all of the attacks on him here are nothing. Like, they're insubstantial, and I think it's actually even easier to prove, you know? He did obtain the rank, he didn't serve as the rank? Gotcha. How come conservatives always preach the government is more of a problem in people's lives than a solution, while also saying not serving your government's geopolitical affairs is cowardice? Yeah, it's an excellent question, Nikki-kun. But, don't got an answer for you. That's just how they're wired. We gonna watch the Trump press conference? Oh boy, are we. I just wanted to talk about a lot of other things first. But folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. They are, after all, what keep me alive. Also, I look fine as hell today. The only problem that I have with Timmy is that he puts cream of mushroom soup in his hot dish, and I hate mushrooms. I'll gladly eat that hot dish for the rest of my life to defeat the Nazis. Well, also, cream of mushroom soup doesn't have, like, the consistency of mushrooms, really. It's just, like, kind of like a rich, creamy thing. I wouldn't even describe it as particularly mushroomy tasting. I saw the conference earlier. I'm very much looking forward to it. And yes, you can substitute cream of mushroom with cream of chicken. As Command Sergeant Major, I have a responsibility not only to my battalion in Iraq, but also to serve if called on, dedicate my service to my country.
Remember, chatters, that things do get better. However, no matter what you are going through, there is no such thing as rainbows without rain. Love you, chat.
What? Thank you for subscribing. I don't know exactly what that last one means, but thank you. The swift boat attack on him? I don't know what that means. Hey, Salmon Moose? Any mushroom haters can hand them over to me. All right, folks. We're diving in. Segment 2. Are you all prepared? Well, yeah, I understand that swift boat attack was what they did to John Kerry, but that's because it involved swift boats. Oh my God, guys. I know how Kerry was attacked on his military service. It just doesn't make sense to say swift boat attack on on Tim Walz. I know about the John Kerry thing. Did you know Kamala isn't a leftist? We'll talk about that. Don't you worry. All right, folks. Before we get, we don't want to get too high on the hopium. Let's save. Wow. Nah, we're not saving the best for last. We're saving the best for now. Let's go.
All right. UAW's in the house. Hello, Michigan. This is how we do it in Michigan, home of the big house.
We them big dogs.
We go big or we go home. On behalf of the 1 million active and retired UAW members, I'm honored to welcome to Michigan the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Solidarity forever, folks.
You know, as President of the UAW, I have the honor of fighting for economic and social justice for our members, for the entire working class. From the bargaining table to the ballot box. What we bargain for can be taken away tomorrow in the halls of Congress. To me, this election's real simple. It's about one question. It's a question we've made famous in the labor movement. Which side are you on?
Yeah!
And this is a simple question in this election, because on one side, you got a billionaire that serves himself and his billionaire buddies. He lies, he cheats, and he steals his way to the top. He's a lapdog for the billionaire class.
Get him! Get him!
And on the other side, we got a strong, intelligent, and I'm just going to put it bluntly, a badass woman.
A strong, independent woman who don't need no man.
And I got to finish that sentence. A badass woman who stood on the picket line with striking workers. A leader who opposed free trade deals that have devastated the working class in this country, devastated our communities. A leader who takes on corporate greed and wins.
This man could be president.
Kamala Harris is a champion for the working class. And like all great leaders, Kamala Harris knows it's not all about her.
Think explosion?
It's about the people. It's about the quality of people she surrounds herself with. And you know, yesterday, Kamala Harris showed great leadership when she chose Tim Walz as her running mate. And it's no secret, our union was loud and proud about who we supported for vice president, and Tim Walz was at the top of that list. He's one of us.
Hell yeah.
He's a working class guy.
Working man.
He knows working class values. He was a teacher, a coach. That's right, there's teachers in the house. Another group of people who've been left behind. He's a teacher, he's a coach, he's a governor, but best of all,
this guy in the support Ann Arbor teachers shirt over here being like, yeah, that's right. That's right.
He's a proud union member.
He was in a teachers union? Yeah.
And he always puts the working class first.
Apparently, according to a lot of the reporting that came out today, apparently Tim Walz has, like, no investments whatsoever. Like, he doesn't invest in anything. The one thing he has an investment in is, like, the union fought for pension that he and his wife both get. That's it.
With the Harris-Walz ticket, we have what I call the dynamic duo for democracy. Meanwhile, on the other side,
he invests.
We know who we're
in
dealing
America.
with. Donald Trump is a scab.
Give his ass. Let's go, Sean. Guys, do you think Donald Trump watched this rally? Because spoiler alert at what may be coming later in the show, he's very sad looking. Like, really, oh wait. Where are you, my good Donald? My good bitch. There he is. Look at him, chat. This is the very beginning of the video. We're not gonna, like, watch him right now, but, like, this is the energy that he brought, man. This looks like a guy who just watched a completely packed stadium chant that he's a scab over and over and over again. That's what he looks like right now. Yeah, he looks quite bedraggled. He literally looks like the sad G-Mode. Yeah, he does. Anyway, he's a scab.
And his sidekick isn't any better. J.D. Vance is a vulture. That's right. You know, every time Donald Trump gets a chance, he trashes our union and he trashes the working class. He comes to Michigan. He talks about he's going to bring back the auto industry. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump doesn't know shit about the auto industry.
God, Sean Fain with the punches. I love it.
And he doesn't give a damn about the working class in this country. And we got proof of that. You know, once upon a time, he was president of this country. And while he was president, auto plants were fleeing the country. In fact, while he was president, Ford's Romeo engine plant closed. GM's Baltimore transmission plant closed. GM's assembly plant in Lordstown, Ohio closed. In fact, in the UAW, we love using facts. And facts are indisputable. Not alternative facts, that Donald Trump uses are what we all call lies. We use facts. And the fact is this: Donald Trump did nothing to help auto workers when he was president.
Let's go, Sean.
In 2019, GM workers went on strike for 40 days. Donald Trump was president. These workers went on strike to try to save plants that were slated to close, to try to fight for a future. Donald Trump said nothing, and Donald Trump did nothing to help auto workers. You want to know where Kamala Harris was in 2019? She was on the picket line with striking workers.
She put on her walking shoes.
Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with working class people, not for a picture, not for publicity, but because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, all my union homies hate Trump.
When Kamala Harris, as vice president, she's worked with us and helped us bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio, where workers were left behind. Vice President Harris took action so workers who were forced to leave Lordstown, Ohio under Donald Trump are now returning home. She and President Biden worked with us to save a plant in Belvedere, Illinois that was slated to close. That's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and talk is cheap.
God, they don't make him stronger than the UAW.
Kamala Harris walks the walk. She does the work, and when help was needed, she showed up. So now it's our turn. It's our turn to stand up, to speak up, and to show up for Vice President Harris. You know, for months, Donald Trump's went around trashing our state, trashing our industry, and trashing the American auto worker, saying he was against electric vehicles. And then something.
Yeah, guys, in case you didn't put this together, the UAW is in favor of electric vehicles because it would mean more vehicles being produced. And if they can keep the jobs here, as opposed to having them sent overseas to other factories, it means they have job security. It future-proofs their factories.
What happened? We saw a transformation in Trump. Now, don't get me wrong, it wasn't a good transformation. And don't worry, Donald Trump's always going to be a scab.
Welcome.
But we saw Elon Musk announce that he's going to give Donald Trump $45 million a month.
Which he is apparently not doing, by the way, but only because he's a liar.
And all of a sudden, guess what? Donald Trump changed his tune. And let me quote what he said. I'm for electric cars. I have to be because, you know, Elon Musk endorsed me very strongly, so I have no choice. End of quote. Donald, you got it. Donald Trump is bought and paid for by the billionaire class. Trump is a sellout, and as president, he already showed us that under him, America is for sale to the highest bidder. He's the epitome of what's wrong with America. When three families in America have as much wealth as the bottom 50% of Americans, we have a crisis on our hands. Millions of Americans are working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, working 2 and 3 jobs, living paycheck to paycheck, just to scrape to get by. That's right.
It is bullshit.
This election is a choice. It's a choice between the working class having a shot at a better future or going backwards as millions of people get left behind.
This dude is the president of the UAW, the United Auto Workers, the car union. Yeah! The energy is immaculate here.
Right. This is why I love Detroit. We're in a fight for what we call the 4 core issues. And that's what this election's about. Living wages, not minimum wages, living wages, so one job you can live.
Let's go! Speak that truth to power,
Adequate
man.
health care, so when you get sick or have something go wrong, you don't have to lose your home over it. Retirement security. You know, 60% of Americans have no retirement savings. Not because they're not responsible, because by the time they pay their bills, there's nothing left.
No, as wild as it may seem, this is not, in fact, Tim Walz. This is another white, balding man named Sean Fain. This is the president of the auto manufacturers union in the United States called the United Auto Workers, UAW.
Okay, we need a medic over here. You got it? Okay, you got it.
Damn,
Thank
people
you.
keep dropping at these rallies,
That's what we
man.
do. We stand up for each other. We look out for each other. We got each other's back.
Good man right there.
You know, and the 4th thing we stand for, it's about getting our time back and taking our lives back. So we don't spend our lives working 12 hours a day. We can actually spend time with our families. So let's be clear. This is a fight against corporate greed and the billionaire class, and it's pathetic. Donald Trump and his band of right-wing weirdos want to blame anyone but themselves. They want to.
God, can I just say, like, I've seen a lot of like liberal hand wringing over like the last few hours of like, or not few hours, few like day or so, over like, oh man, Tim Walz said something about JD Vance having sex with couches, and it's like, they've been out there, like Republicans have basically been going out there every day. Every single one of them going out there and giving a speech about how like trans people are all like sexual predators who are trying to have sex with children. And that's just normal discourse. But the second someone makes a crack about JD Vance, like maybe or maybe not having sexual relations with couches, suddenly everyone's aghast. Everyone's agog. Give me a break.
Blame electric vehicles. They want to blame China.
They're weird.
They want to blame the union. They want to blame anything they can come up with to avoid the real problem. Corporate greed gone wild. You know, we keep hearing about.
Wait, this last contract gave me back 14 years worth of frozen pay increases? And COLA? What does COLA stand for? What is that?
About inflation in this election. Let's talk about
That's a
inflation.
huge win, though.
You know, this is the reality of inflation. It's hurting Americans. But what they don't talk about is what the cause of the inflation is. Inflation wasn't policy-driven.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It wasn't the president's policy. It was greed-driven. And thanks to Donald Trump's inaction when he was president during a COVID pandemic, the billionaire class and the corporate class do what they do best. They use a pandemic to price gouge the hell out of the people.
Yep. That is mostly what happened. By the way, if you're wondering why there was a sudden shock across the entire stock market recently, that's exactly why. Because the rate of inflation got under control by the Federal Reserve, and suddenly all of the companies that were trying to price gouge are being put into a bad spot because they're missing their sales targets, which means They have to liquidate assets in the stock market, which means the stock prices go down. Okay, like that's the very simple version of it. But yeah, what he's describing here directly led to all of that.
But they're right about one thing. Working class people are hurting. For decades, we've been ignored and trampled at our worst. But we are the vast majority of society. We have the numbers. We have the votes. And when we stand up united, we put fear in the hearts of the billionaire class. Their agenda is to keep us weak by dividing us. It's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah, their sales targets to fill investor pockets. Yes, that is what the stock market does. The stock market is a gigantic leech.
And it's effective. Time and again, the wealthy divide the masses so the rich can walk away with the massive profits that we create. They try to divide us by gender. They try to divide us by nationality. They try to divide us by race. They talk about who you love, where you're from, or how you look.
Let's go.
The working class has been left behind, and I don't know how you feel, but I'm fucking angry.
Let's go, Sean.
They want us to point our fingers at each other. They want us to be distracted and divided so we don't talk about what really matters. Who you work for.
My God, I watch this man. Number one, I think he could run for president if he wanted to, and I think he'd have a good shot at winning. Number two, I gotta say, guys, he shit talks like no other. He's so good at this. He's so sincere. He is such a firebrand. He's so good. But more than that, I'm going to say one more thing, and then we'll finish this speech. More than that, guys, he is organizing a general strike for 2028. And I watch him, like, in my head, like, you know, just thinking about it, I'm like, that's pretty unlikely. It's pretty unlikely that, like, we'll have the organizing done for a general strike. But when I listen to him talk, and when I see him moving and making alliances between the unions, I think he might be able to make it happen. Meaning, Brandon H., that different unions would work together to strike for, like, their own interests, you know? Like, you know, like in Nordic countries, for example, this actually happened recently with Elon Musk and Tesla. He tried to break the Swedish Tesla union. And in response, like, all of the unions in Sweden refused to do business with Elon Musk, with Tesla, until he caved to the Tesla workers' demands. Very knifey dog. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. So it's building that kind of solidarity, and the goal of a general strike would be, like, not just one union or two unions or a group of unions striking, but all unions going on strike to demonstrate solidarity with one another and achieve, like, the betterment of their working conditions collectively. Yeah, it is a tall order, and one that, like, has typically, when people have talked about it in the United States, it's typically been like Tumblr leftists or like, you know, TikTok influencers who are like, okay, in 2 weeks we're gonna have a general strike. Just don't go to work and don't buy anything that day. And like, that's not what that is. You know, like it takes actual work and coordination and like the trust of the working people in the union. I bet Money Fane has read The Art of War. Oh, I bet so, yeah. Reminded of the Iceland women's strike? Yeah. Elon forgot that Sweden has the government and unions working together. The unions have a ton of influence in that country. Yep. Elon Musk is not the world's brightest man. Yeah, like he's actually maybe going to be able to pull this off. And honestly, even if it's not a general strike, like a full general strike in 2028, even a partial one would be incredibly powerful. And you can build from partial success. Very exciting stuff.
Where the profits go and who benefits. Last year, auto workers of all walks of life decided to stand up in solidarity and take on the big three.
Yes, guys. When a union goes on strike, it's usually for longer than 1 day. But also keep in mind that that's why I was making the comparison to like people on TikTok randomly declaring a 1-day work stoppage as opposed to an actual strike, which can go for like months or years. You need to actually have the logistical lines to like support people who are out of work for that long. You need and like communally support one another. When you have multiple unions coming together to work together, like they're able to pool their resources and support workers who are striking in other industries. Like, I was pointing out the TikTok comparison about what doesn't work.
And we won. We won because we were united. We were united against the true enemy, the billionaire class. The working class will always win when we unite in a common cause. Like Vice President Harris says, when we fight, when we fight, that's right, and we will win.
I do have to say I like the Harris campaign's like when we fight we win. I like it. It's very pugilistic in a way that Donald Trump really can't bring the energy to combat anymore.
We will win when the people in power stand with us. We will win when we stand up for what we deserve. And that's why the UAW and working class people are standing up for Kamala Harris, because she's walked the walk. And we know this, under a Harris-Walz ticket, America's not for sale.
Let's go.
So Michigan, I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up? Are you ready to stand up for humanity? For decency? For solidarity? Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up for Kamala Harris?
Let's go, baby.
This is our generation's defining moment, and this election is our opportunity to take our lives back. So Michigan, Let's get to work.
Damn, this guy can motivate. Damn, this guy's good. He's got the juice. I'm familiar with Sean Fain's style of labor organizing. He wouldn't be stumping for Harris if he wasn't sure there was going to be a strong union support from a Harris presidency. Yeah. He is just dripping with authenticity. Yeah, I mean, like, he doesn't try to pretend he's anything that he's not, you know? He used the big F word and the big S word, true. Like, I don't know. I want you all to keep in mind what you just saw, okay? Because we're about to contrast that pretty severely with Donald Trump giving maybe the most pathetic, I guess it's a press conference that I've ever seen in my life. He's not okay, dog. He looks like someone just punched him repeatedly in the nuts. Okay? He looks like he's about to throw up. Now, before we get into that, I've been going for about an hour and a half. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider, please, supporting the show. This show's not possible without subs, donos, memberships, super chats, by folks like you. Press the buttons, do the things, and consider supporting the show financially, because this is not possible without you fine folks. Think he looks like he's sick, like he has cancer. I feel like that's a big leap to make on no evidence whatsoever. Everyone has bad days. The Joker's lost his Batman. Yeah, it really does feel like the Wolverine meme, you know, with the picture. I don't know. I don't know if you guys know what I mean by that. Andrew S. Thank you for the 10 memberships over on YouTube. My God. Look at you. YouTube holding down the fort over here. Instantly taking the lead in the Tri-Chat tournament. Something that definitely exists and that I keep track of every stream. Hey, tipster, how you doing? That's right, Two Dads Smooching. We got 10 members holding hands, respectfully. Someone going through a radiation therapy and a brain tumor here. Please don't pick on us for looking like that. True. Also, what Amber Brains? I saw that in the middle of the segment last time. You wanted me to talk more about the stock market. Something I'd be happy to do. Did you have like a specific element of it in mind? Yeah, he's getting PTSD from watching all of the Kamala rallies already. Yo, no worries, Lily loves stuff. Hope things get better soon. Well, non-binary, that's probably because he's on, like, every politician these days. It's probably because he's on the, Ozempic or whatever it's called. What the drop is about? Oh, yeah, I can just elaborate a little bit more, okay? So basically, there are a number of ways you can get inflation under control, okay? You can get inflation under control, and this is most commonly used by the Federal Reserve, by raising interest rates. It basically makes taking a loan more expensive because there's more interest on the loan, okay? So to get inflation under control, the Federal Reserve, and again, there are better ways to combat inflation, but we'll get to that. The Federal Reserve raises their rates. It then causes there to be fewer loans taken out, fewer risks taken. The higher the interest rate is from the Fed, the less money is borrowed, and therefore less commerce, in theory. We're talking in very big generalizations. And so that has, to some extent, prevented us from entering what was supposed to be like a pretty severe economic downturn. Like, the inflation rate was at a degree to which we were facing down like a small, not Great Depression type thing, but like a recession, something similar to what happened in 2008. And so the Federal Reserve jacked up the interest rates. This negatively impacted people. Usually the effect of that is transferred down to the working class. So it hurts a lot of working people, but it gets the interest rate under control and avoids like a Great Depression type scenario. And what ended up happening was companies were able to charge more because of the narrative of inflation, meaning that companies were raising their prices to essentially price gouge consumers. This is what happened when we look at eggs. Remember how eggs got weirdly expensive? Eggs got weirdly expensive because like the egg industry was essentially price gouging customers. It's not the first time that they have done that. And also, that in turn led to lower sales over time. And what ended up happening is that the Fed stopped raising the interest rate because we were starting to get inflation under control. And suddenly corporations were like, oh, we can't keep price gouging like we have been. People are starting to point it out. And so they stopped raising their prices, which means essentially they missed their projected sales numbers. And that in turn, and that was also triggered by fewer jobs being added, because that's kind of an indicator that the market kind of knows what's happening at that point. And that in turn triggered a mass sell-off. And so usually what ends up happening here is that people who are in the stock market reinvest their money into the stock market. So when they need money, they just do what's called liquidating their holdings, and they sell their stocks. And when you sell enough stocks, the stock market price goes down. So when the stock market goes down 15%, it means that a lot of people just sold off a lot of stock. Usually they're doing that to cover their debts. So what you saw was basically the market correcting. It's called a market correction, because the market is now catching up to acting like how things actually are instead of how things are imagined to be. Because kind of when we start talking about the economy on this level, it's like a lot of it is feels over reals, or feels become reals when it comes to the stock market and moving money around, because it's, there's a reason they refer to it as the fear and greed index, being that like you sell when you're afraid and you hold on when you're greedy. It's all driven by kind of emotionality at some point. And I think I nailed that summary of what happened. So the Japanese stock market crashed by about like 10%, 15%, which is a lot, but like a far cry from like the huge crashes we've seen in the past. Now, if it has continued to go down, and I haven't checked, then that could be indicative of more things happening. But the initial like, oh, everything, it's bad. I don't know that has panned out yet. To me, the initial reading of it is just the market is kind of like, oh, we can't keep doing this price gouging. Better stop. Eek! And then the sell-off happens. Yeah, the U.S. market is fine. Okay, I'm not surprised. Also, the AI bubble burst. I don't know if the AI bubble is burst yet. I think it's still chugging along. Will it burst? I think probably, yeah. Cowards with paper hands. Any tips on how to get someone to stop freaking out over the market crash? Hopefully by just kind of explaining it, though I imagine if somebody bought into the stock market on, just feeling like something's going to do well, then it might be hard to get them to understand. I have an annuity, but I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. I don't think it burst yet, but it will pretty soon from what it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, AI, I don't think AI is burst yet. But anyway, I hope that helped a little bit. 877 cash now. It's a old like daytime television ad. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, Andrew S. I very much appreciate it. I'm just saying thank you again. There we go. We have a very short summary of how the stock market works when it comes to these crashes. Financial markets are like toddlers. It's if you've ever seen the emotional outbursts of a toddler, that's actually pretty good as an analogy. Back in my day, J.G. Wentworth promised to get you cash now. All right, I need to use the bathroom. When I get back, we'll do the Trump speech, and then we'll go on to even greener pastures, BRB. And consider dropping those subs and donuts while I'm gone. Ha. Okay, Humanist Report, Matt Bender Raiders, I'm so sorry. I need to go and use the bathroom. I cannot help it. But I adore all of you, and I'm so excited you're here. Thank you so much for the raid, Raiders. I appreciate it. Bender, I hope you had a good stream. Humanist Report, I hope you had a good stream. Still need to get you on to talk about your book, by the way. And I will be right back, but I wanted to acknowledge the Raiders before I skedaddled. I gotta use that toilet.
Depressing their hearts and time slowly fades in sound and mind. But like the turn signals, they seek their feelings quickly, blinking out of sync. Dancing feet beneath the sand, nightly head, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream, oh, when he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascist say when the lies are sold in space? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy, they defend the genocide. They have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes. And no Vance says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every gun and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat
no one can destroy. With love and courage, she sets sail, riverboat Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and Buddha, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy, the unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the riverboat, let's sail
Hello, hello, hello. Did she fall in the toilet or taking 30 minutes to change her outfit? No, I had my gallbladder removed years ago, and sometimes I just need to poop really fast. How we doing? Hello, Just Jesse. Hello, Preston. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, everyone. This slaps, you slap, Cinderflame. I thought lime belonged in coconuts? Nani? I had an Elvis moment on the toilet, yeah. I overdosed on life. Let's see. Hey, Dustiest Tomes. Do. Oh, you put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Oh! I see. Lawrence blasting the news.
Well,
I can't do all 24 minutes of this. I think that this is something I will look at later and determine whether I can go over it on stream. Are you unburdened by what has been? In a sense, yes. Oh, you don't have to be sorry for asking. I'm gonna watch it later. We all love Lady Raincloud in this house, don't we, folks? It's so good. I believe you. I believe you that it's so good. We do have a lot to get to today. Real quick, I just wanted to play a video for you guys. This is a new movie that's coming out soon. By the world's most normal man. A man who, you know, just can't get enough of being just your all-around American aw shucks protagonist type. You know, a guy who's just definitely not weird. Not weird at all.
Brother bought a coconut. He bought it for a dime. His sister had another one. She paid it for the lime. He said bibble.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting stream. Let's go, folks. We got to bring that BWA energy to stream, okay? You guys make this show possible. So, The World's Most Normal Man has a new documentary coming out, and I think you all are going to get a kick out of this one. Let's take a look. It's titled Am I Racist by Matt Walsh. Just again, sight unseen. Yes. The answer is yes, Matt. Yes.
Republicans are Nazis. You cannot separate yourselves from the bad white people.
Growing up in the 90s, I never thought much about race. Sure, you noticed, but never really seemed to matter that much, at least not to me.
Being a white, straight, cisgender man, it's the top of the pile.
I'm on the top of the pile. That's me. Am I racist?
I would really appreciate it if you left.
I'm trying to learn. I'm on this journey.
Can you please leave?
If I'm going to sort this out, I need to go.
Oh, man. I love when people just go and are rude and racist to random strangers. That's not a weird thing to do at all. To go and attempt to learn while being an asshole. You know, it's a very world's most normal, well-adjusted man over here.
Go deeper undercover. If I want to be an ally, I need to look like one.
What is racism?
Martin Luther King said not to judge people by the...
Martin Luther King said a lot of stuff.
Is America inherently racist?
What the hell is that?
The word inherent is challenging there. America is racist to its bones. All of the...
So inherently.
Yeah.
The entire system has to burn. And I'm not going to even use save this country. This country is not worth saving. This country is a piece of shit.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Was that... I'm sorry. So the premise here is that he is a waiter for them? Why? In the context of the scene, how did these people sign up to be at this dinner? I have to confess I am somewhat intrigued just how he tricked them into doing this.
To burn. And I'm not going to even use save this country. This country is not worth saving. This country is a piece of shit.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
They gonna say I'm racist.
Joining us now is Matt, certified DEI expert.
Here's my certification. Where are you guys in your anti-racist journeys? So I'll look around the room and point to who we believe is the most racist person in the room. We want to rename the George Washington Monument to the George Floyd Monument. Would you mind signing it? You will? What do you think about this issue of heteronormativity and how it intersects with the broader structures of racism?
Oh, Oh, of course, you could say the word intersex when you're talking with this guy.
In society.
They gonna say I'm racist.
What's up with white people? What are you doing to decenter your whiteness?
Who's making it the center? Why are they doing that?
And what you're doing is you're stretching out of your whiteness. This is more for you and less for you. White.
Folks.
White.
Trash. White supremacy. White woman. White boy.
White.
Entitlement.
White.
Centering. White. Silence.
Is there a black person around here?
There's a black person right here. Does he not exist?
They gonna say I'm racist, but they call everybody racist.
Hi, Robin.
Hi. And what's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt. Hi, Matt.
Oh, it's the, oh my God, they got Robin DiAngelo to be in a documentary. Oh my God. What is this? This is Matt Walsh's new documentary, Am I Racist? You know, a very normal thing for someone to make.
Nice to meet you.
Just had to ask who you are because you have to be careful.
Never be too careful.
They gonna say you racist, but they call everybody racist.
You ready for a very radical statement?
Sorry, accidentally clicked on that. Yeah, I think we answered the question in the title. I mean, yeah, I feel like you have to be deliberately incredibly racist to get thrown out of, like, you know, training seminars for how to not be a raging asshole to your coworkers. Like, I feel like you have to try pretty hard, you know? Like, they don't just kick people out of, like, courses like that. Morby Night? Maybe so. Wish dragging Robin didn't do thorn damage to progressives. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's necessarily, like, the best advocate, but, like, goddamn, the hate boner conservatives have for her is insane. Why does Matt Walsh keep making documentaries answering the dumbest questions? Because it's like shooting fish in a barrel. His audience loves it, you know? I think to help you guys understand, like, this, he is essentially the disaffected white conservative man's Sacha Baron Cohen, I guess. Like, he's out there, like, this is like their equivalent of Borat. You know, like, he's out there, they're chuckling, ho ho ho. Look at him be racist in that DEI class. Ho, ho, ho. Like, it's all they got. This is all they have. All right. Now that I've done my due diligence and introduced you to one of the worst, upcoming worst documentaries of all time, we have to watch that Trump speech. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Here we go. Donald Trump does not seem like he's doing okay. Does someone have his number? Can someone go and do a wellness check on Donald Trump? Because again, I have never seen this man look so sad. I've never seen it. He's dejected. He's defeated. He looks like he just watched Sean Fain prompt an entire stadium full of people to call him a scab over and over again. Oh, man. Well, people just don't like me. It's like the fascism isn't even popular. That's me. I'm Donald Trump. This is the new Donald Trump voice. Here we go.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them.
I'm just I'm just here to tell you that we've got gangs of people on the street, and they're very dangerous, and we're all very worried about it.
Or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that, and we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respected. All over the world, they're laughed at. And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. With that being said,
I just, again, I haven't seen any of this. It's insane to me that he came out and was like, now remember, everybody, there are tons of gangs. It's very dangerous that they're going to destroy the country or whatever. It's the gangs that make it the most dangerous time I've ever seen. Are they? Is it basically just hooliganism out there? Like if you step outside, you're gonna. If you step outside, you're gonna like see the purge happening. Like what are you talking about, man?
we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running.
Why would she receive one? She hasn't received one vote for president because she's now on the general election bat. That's how that works. That's how linear time works, man.
That's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else.
Oh.
And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else.
Oh, man, he's so sad. He's so sad. Yeah, you know, we had Joe Biden, then they gave us somebody else. And you know, I like it this way. I like running against somebody else. I'm not even mad about it.
But that was their choice. They decided to do that because Kamala's record is horrible. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is...
picked a radical left man.
He's got things done that he has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist. He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds.
What does that mean? Yeah, he's really heavy into the transgender world. Really heavy into a lot of worlds, actually. Like, what do you mean, dude? What do you, like, this is the vibe right now, okay?
Worlds having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she's not, she couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar 100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore, like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And fortunately, we've had some very good polls over the last fairly short period of time. Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today.
I did really good.
Leading, and in some cases,
good.
substantially. I guess NBC came out, or CNBC came out also with a poll that was, has us leading. and leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security. They want respect all around the world for our country.
He's so
They don't want
desperate
this
and
this
sad.
horrible culture that is developing. A culture of no common sense. It's really a culture of no common sense, and it's not what anyone wants. We want to have a safe country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to be able to have our youth be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs. And we're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history, in the world history. I think the number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over the border during the Biden-Harris administration. 20 million people, and it could be very much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are at numbers. Somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are, but they're much higher.
I have no
than
idea
you would
what I'm
think.
talking
Just like
about. Neither
far
does
more
anyone I'm
people were
talking
killed
to.
in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report. Just like the October 7th would have never happened. Russia would have never hit Ukraine had the election result
I would
been
have stopped all
called
wars.
differently.
If only you'd held on
It was a
longer.
very bad call, but Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. October 7th in Israel would have never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened, but now you have millions and millions of dead people. And you have people
Holy
dying
shit.
financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy groceries, they can't do anything. And they're living horribly in our country right now. With all of that being said, I think it's very important to have debates. And we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th. And we've agreed with ABC on September 25th. So we have those three dates, and those networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date and those dates. So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the network, and it's all been confirmed, other than some fairly minor details. Audience, some location, which city would we put it into, but all things that will be settled very easily, I think it'll be very easy. The other side has to agree to the terms.
Guys, this, you have to understand, I could not articulate with that music going, because it was killing me. His worst nightmare is having to debate Kamala Harris, guys. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea how much he hates lawyers? Do you have any idea how much he hates having to talk to lawyers, man? He still simps for, like, the lawyer that fixed everything for him before Michael Cohen. Please make that a video. I will do my best. But, like, his worst nightmare is being in an inescapable situation on a camera talking to a lawyer. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. Like, Kamala Harris is gonna snap him like a twig on television. He tried to weasel out of it by being like, "Oh, I'll only do it on on Fox News on a different day."
Thoroughly Freuded.
And, like, meanwhile, Kamala Harris is just like, "Nah, you running. We're doing it September 10th. Take it or leave it. Same terms." And this is him essentially pissing himself in fear in front of all of us. And it's, I don't know, man. It's pretty delicious. She's a prosecutor, right? She was a district attorney who then worked her way up to being Attorney General of California. Like, she's not just a prosecutor. She's the prosecutor. Like, she's pretty good at it.
They may or may not agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. She hasn't done an interview. She can't do an interview. She's barely competent, and she can't do an interview. But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, insane asylums, even insane asylums? That's it's a mental institution on steroids. That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into our, these are institutions that are being emptied out, not in South.
I'm sorry, what? Even insane asylums.
It's a mental institution on steroids.
An insane asylum is a mental institution on steroids. My God. What? Oh, God.
That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into our, these are institutions that are being emptied out, not in South America, all over the world, including South America, all over.
Wait, now the entire world is sending insane asylum patients over the border between the U.S. and Mexico? What? Is that what he's going? That's what you're going with, my dude?
Over the world. Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country. We have a vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Damn, and that's a Donald Trump is hitting hard with this one because we all know that he thinks that Mike Pence deserved to be hung. My God, he allowed his supporters that were chanting "Hang Mike Pence" to attack the Capitol, man.
The most unpopular vice president, and because of political reasons or because of being politically correct, even though she never received a vote. Don't forget, she was the first one defeated, as I remember it, because I watched it very closely, but she was the first one. She never made it to Iowa, the first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one that was defeated.
Dude, he's coping so hard. This is his cope stream, chat. This is the drill tweet. He's just doing the I'm not owned, and then at the end of this, he turns into a corn cob.
She was the nastiest to him. She was nasty with
the
calling him a
woman.
racist and the school bus and
She's
all
a
of the different
nasty
things.
woman, folks.
She was very nasty to Biden. And shockingly, he appointed her, asked her to serve as vice president. Well, I don't know if he's happy about that decision right now. This was taken away. The presidency was taken away from Joe Biden. And I'm no Biden fan, but I'll tell you what, from a constitutional standpoint, from any standpoint you look at, they took the presidency away. And people were saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win. Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily.
Oh my God. Now a lot of people are saying my arch rival. My arch rival. I can't do it. I can't. Some people are saying my arch rival Vegeta is not up for it. It couldn't beat me. Now I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true. I think he just needs a sensu bean and some time in the hyperbolic time chamber. But many people are saying that he can't win.
Necessarily, but whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run.
Who's the president
and they took it away.
now?
They said they're going to use the 25th Amendment. They're going to hit you hard. Either we can do it the nice. I know exactly because I know a lot of people on the other side, believe it or not. And they said, we'll do it the nice way or we'll do it the hard way. And he said,
I'm going to come.
All right. So they've really taken, what they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else and we're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying.
Oh my God, no one's even asked him a question. This is a press conference, chat. This is a press conference. He went out here deliberately to talk to the press. And he's like arguing with himself, like, we're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. Okay? Oh my God.
And now I'm running against somebody else and we're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's a for a
Dude went to default mode. He was about to say I'm saying it's a hoax. He had to cut himself off. Listen to that, man.
we're leading, so I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's for a.
Oh my god. Bro is cooked, dog. Bro is cooked. Joker misses the Batman because he's having his ass kicked by Batwoman, I guess. I thought this was an edit. No, this isn't an edit. I added the sad Titanic whistle for funniness. But like this is all real. All completely unprompted and like directly after the two rallies that were held today in Wisconsin and Michigan by the Harris campaign. This is incredible. Like I've never seen. Can I say something? Like I said this on Twitter the other day. Specifically about this, and by the other day, I might even mean earlier today. Let's see. Lady Ringcloud, thank you for the $5 dono.
There's a transcript of all the questions asked. They turned off the reporters' mics on the feed so the audience couldn't hear them ask the questions.
Oh my god. All right. Guys, this is the line to get to the Harris and Walz event in Wisconsin yesterday. Okay? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? This is over 1.5 miles away from the venue. This is 1.5 miles away from the venue. This is Wisconsin, okay? Like, I don't want anyone to get complacent about this election, but the wind is in our favor now, okay? Let me put it that way. The wind is in our favor. Like, and I think Donald Trump knows that. Look at how sad this man looks. Literally every, like, it's not even me cherry picking frames where he looks bad and sad and out of it. That's just how he looks throughout this entire video. Even, you'll notice, like, at this part right here.
All right. So that, I mean, and he said, all right. So that, I mean, they've really taken, what they've done is pretty incredible.
The flaccid
and now I'm
arm
running
gestures.
against somebody else, and we're leading. So I'm not, and now I'm running against somebody else, and we're leading.
Like, you telling me these are the arm gestures of a man who usually is a big hand talker? He's legendary for his hand talking. He's jerking off the tiny dicks. Remember that bit from Jon Stewart, I presume? His hand talking is gone. Because the joy is gone. Reality is setting in. This is unsustainable.
So the Constitution that we cherish this Constitution. To have done it this way is pretty severe, pretty horrible. You would have thought they would have gone out to a vote. They would have had a primary system. They would have done something. But to just take it away from him like he was a child. And he's a very angry man right now, I can tell you that. He's not happy with Obama.
Why are you talking about, again, he's got nothing, guys. All of this is just like, why couldn't it have been Joe? Joe was my everything. He was my heart. He was my soul. He is why I got up in the morning. Without him, I'm nothing. What can I be if I have no Joe on the other side? Say it ain't so, Joe. And yet, here he is. This is, I need to remind all of you, a reaction to the Harris-Walz campaign that has only been going on for like 36 hours at this point. You all realize that, right? Like, they've only been at like 3 events so far. This is insane.
And he's not happy with Nancy.
Destroy you. Wait, no. I can't do his voice. He's too sad. He's destroyed my ability to do the voice.
Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy. She is crazy too. She's not happy with any of the people that told him that you've got to leave. He's very unhappy, very angry, and I think he also blames her. He's trying to put up a good face, but it's a very bad thing in terms of a country when you do that. I'm not a fan of his, as you probably have noticed, and he had a rough debate. But that doesn't mean that you just take it away like that. Or you go out to a vote. You do something. He had 14.
Oh, that's amazing. I live in Wisconsin, and I was just talking to a friend who wasn't voting. Now they are and are excited. The energy is here. See, that's when you know. When you're seeing, like, people who weren't, like, political, like, getting caught up in the hype of the political moment, that's how you know this has gone a lot bigger.
15 million votes. She had no votes. She got no votes. And I think she's crashing. I think when people find out, and I think people are starting to find out what a bad job she did, what a bad job she did on the border. She's trying to say she had nothing to do with the border. She had everything. She was appointed to head the border. And then they said borders are, oh, she loved that name, she loved that name, but she never went there. She went to a location once along the border, but that was a location that you would love to go and have dinner with your husband or whoever. That was a location that was not part of the problem. That was not really going to the border. So essentially, she never went to the border. And if you listen to Tom Homan, if you listen to the great border people, Brandon Judd from Border Patrol, if you listen to Paul, I mean, so many different people. I speak to them all the time. And I did when I was president. We had the best border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Millions of people coming in, and our country.
Are his accordion hands broken? Yeah, he can't. He's not doing the things that we all know him for. Brandon Judd, is that a real name? It is now.
Cannot sustain it. Our country is going down because of this, because of incompetent people. So I just look forward to these debates. I think it's very important that we have them. I hope she agrees to them September 4th, September 10th, September 25th. And I think they'll be very revealing. I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have any questions, please? I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California as the AG. But as the DA, she destroyed San Francisco. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, all know the Tisch family. He was in many cities with companies. He said the greatest city in the country is San Francisco. That was about 20 years ago. And he passed away a while ago, and he would be looking down and said, what happened? He thought it was the best city in the country. He had divisions there, lows.
And then the meteor struck, okay? Sephiroth called down meteor, and we all know what happened then.
And he would be looking down in horror now when he sees she destroyed no cash bail, weak on crime.
Girl, this is not what she asked. Look. All right. Look, Trump needs this, okay? Just give him this, all right? He needs to talk it out.
Terrible. And yet they weaponized the system against me. They have me. I got so many lawyers. Now they want to delay cases. I won the big case in Florida. I won the big case. Nobody even wrote about it. The big case, the judge was a brilliant judge. And all they do is they play the ref with the judges. But this judge was a fair but brilliant judge. And as you probably heard, the big documents case, I won
back,
it.
Everybody.
Now, Biden lost it because he didn't have presidential immunity. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. He lost it. But the special, I call it prosecutor, special counsel, special prosecutor to me, he, appointed by him and appointed by Garland.
Oh. Special counsel, more like I call them a special lawyer. They're really, did you know that, folks? They're really called a special lawyer. Just, it's almost like they're prosecuting me for crimes. It's true, Will Kale. The case he's talking about is gonna come back. It may have been dismissed, it's just gonna get refiled. Which just means that if he doesn't win this election, he's that much more screwed.
He said the man's incompetent.
They're like a lawyer, but special.
He can't stand trial, but he can run for president. But we no longer have to worry about that because we have somebody that, in my opinion, is more incompetent. She couldn't pass her bar exam and lots of other things, and she should not be.
She did pass her bar exam, though. Like, that definitely happened. That she went on to be a practicing prosecutor, DA, attorney general, and soon vice president.
In a position, because if she becomes president, our country is going to be a giant fail. It's going to fail. It's going to be a fail.
Oh, God. Oh, God. It's gonna be a fail. It's gonna be a real skibbity toilet time, folks. It is, as the kids say, gonna be a skibbity Ohio. And if you don't know what that means, that's just because you're too old. I know what Gen Alpha likes, right? Skibbity bibbity, skibbity bibbity.
Failure the likes of which this world has never seen. Yeah, please. No, how about you? You have to speak louder.
A big part of the strategy for your campaign before Harris became the nominee was appealing to black voters.
Yeah.
You were really going after. In polls, we really see Harris gaining ground with that group. And I'm wondering how you are going to go after black voters now that she's the nominee and really winning them over.
Well, changes.
So the question, in case you guys couldn't hear, was about how, like, have they changed their campaign strategy because before they were trying to do outreach to black voters, and now Harris obviously has an edge in that regard. And, well, let's see what he says.
Around a little bit. I'm getting other voters. Perhaps, I was doing very well with black voters, and I still am. I seem to be doing very well with black males. This is according to polls, as you know.
Wait, they turned off the reporters' mics on purpose. Why would you do that? Also, Lady Ringcloud, did you see do you know where I can find, like, the transcript of the questions that were asked? That was what your dono said. Oh. Oh, yeah. Let's get those transcripts so I can then just read you guys what the questions are. Oh my God. Guys, ever since Donald Trump picked JD Vance, his entire campaign has gone downhill. For those of you who are unaware, apparently all of the Trump events that were currently scheduled have been canceled. Like, I don't know why, but it's a sad time to be a Trump. Very sad. Sad. Very sad. Beautiful, isn't it? But yeah, basically kind of seems like maybe things aren't going so great in Trump Vance world. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. They only have one event coming up. All of the others were canceled. That one event is for tomorrow night, and I'm wondering if there's gonna be a shakeup. I do have to wonder, like, the amount of defeat that Donald Trump seems to feel right now, the fact that they're canceling all of the upcoming events, also the fact that the turnout has been so bad that the Harris campaign has been brutally mocking with direct comparisons the crowd sizes. He can't dump Vance, but I don't know what else he can do, man. Like, he might be, like, recalibrating and just backseating Vance completely. Like, I don't know. I don't know. They knew who they picked, but they thought they were going to be styling on an old man who was about to die from old age. You know, maybe JD Vance will just mysteriously catch COVID, and it's just really, really bad. You know? I just have a feeling like there might be a mysterious, long and chronic illness that he contracts that will preclude him from participating in the election and serving as VP. RNC ditching Trump? No, the RNC isn't going to ditch Trump. He installed one of his own family members to head the RNC. Did they cancel Vance's events in the same cities as Harris and Walz? Again, this is the only event that is now listed on their events page. And that is for tomorrow evening. So I don't know if there are going to be more or like what the heck is going on here, but this is very bizarre. Ah, excellent. Thank you, Lady Raincloud. Still, fact checks are really useful. Okay, let's go. I don't know if I can find the transcript for you guys. I'm sorry. That's okay, though.
No, it's possible that it won't do as well with black women, but I do seem to be doing very well with other segments, extremely well with Hispanic.
I know that we just started playing it like 3 seconds ago, but I do very well with Hispanic. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, dude? It's a fail. Yeah, he can. JD Vance contracted couch chlamydia. Oh God, he took the love seat too seriously.
Jewish voters way up, white males way.
I'm just not prepared for anything he's saying, man.
But I do seem to be doing very well with other segments, extremely well with Hispanic. Jewish voters way up, white males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up. No, I don't know. All we're doing is giving you.
Oh my God, dude. The white males are up, you say? What are they up to?
The stats that you have. It could be that I'll be affected somewhat with black females, where we're doing pretty well. And I think
Be affected somewhat with black females? The way he's talking about this is just very bizarre.
ultimately they'll like me better because I'm going to give them security, safety, and jobs. I'm going to give them a good economy. We have a very bad economy right now. We could literally be on the throes of a depression, not recession, a depression. And they can't have that. They can't have that. So I think I'm going to do well with everybody, especially when the facts are right.
Oh my god, he's actually getting mad. I think I'm gonna do well with everybody, actually. How dare you ask me that question? I'm gonna do well with all the groups. Everyone loves me. I'm a special birthday boy.
Yeah, please, in the back.
Okay, what do you think of Kamala Harris not picking Josh Shapiro? I need to like turn it down so we don't all blow out our eardrums.
Well, I don't know. I know Josh Shapiro. He's a terrible guy, and he's not very popular with any.
Well, I know Josh Shapiro, and he's just the worst. So I totally understand why she didn't pick him.
Buddy, I think that this election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people. And I don't think he would have been better. I think he would have been maybe the equivalent, maybe not as good. But they had some people.
Genuinely, in what way? Elaborate, please.
That they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody, including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at and her, and they said she was the worst of all. In other words, she was the worst out of the 10 people and her. I don't know how that's going to work out. We'd like to do 3 debates. We think we should do 3 debates. We think Fox and...
Oh, God, please do more than one. That would be incredible. I would love that. Please.
ABC. And we also have CBS is going to do the vice presidential debate. So
he has, by the way, agreed to doing the debate on September 10th. That is the current date of the next debate. And you can bet your bootstraps we'll be watching that.
CBS will do vice presidential, and I have to tell you, J.D. Vance has really stepped up. He's doing a fantastic job.
Is he, though? Is he, though? Like... Is he, though? Oh, God. I don't know, like... Just take a...
Now, I would call her up here to come and speak.
Sorry. We need... Oh, God. One second. I mean, guys. JD Vance couch is just so many people reacting to JD loving that couch. JD Vance.
Hi, Mr. JD Vance. I'm Nancy. How are you? Welcome to Couch World. I hear you're looking for a new sofa.
It's nice to meet you. Yes, I'm looking for a new couch to love up on, and I'm loving all I see.
All right, then. Okay, so here we go. This is one of our best sellers here.
I love the size.
Yeah, she's quite large. Very popular.
May I touch?
Oh, of course.
No.
Soft.
Yeah, machine washable as well.
Good to know. She'll be needing it.
Oh, no.
Where are the gaps between the cushions?
Oh, it's actually one large cushion, so no need to worry about all that.
Well, that's no good, is it? Nowhere to insert myself.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, she's pretty, but I'm looking for something with a lot of cushions. Something I can really sink myself into.
Keep doing that thing with your tongue.
I'm sorry?
Never mind. I got something else you might like. Follow me.
All right. Goodbye, sweetheart.
All right, now this one here, this one has all removable cushions. Everything is separate, top and bottom.
Oh, yeah. She's sexy.
Yeah.
I love it.
I know, I can tell. Yeah.
You want to come home with Daddy?
Oh my God.
Sold. Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah. Doing business with you, too. Get you checked out.
Right behind you. You can call me Vice President.
Hi, Mr. JD.
Oh my God. Yeah, is JD Vance doing pretty good when that's like the main source of discourse about him right now? Is he doing all right? How many views does this one have? I'm not sure how many views, but it has 125,000 likes. So, you know. Holy moly, that was great.
Say it.
Are you worried at all about the size of Harris's crowds?
Oh, give me a break.
Oh man, reporter. That reporter just tore him a new asshole. She just tore him a new asshole in his heart. Are you worried at all about the size of Kamala Harris's crowds? Oh, give me a break. They asked about the size of Kamala Harris's crowds because they're so much bigger than his. Wait for it.
Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it. I'm so glad you asked. What did she have yesterday? 2,000 people? If I ever had 2,000 people, you'd say my campaign is finished. It's so dishonest.
He's so big, not mad. He is the epitome of capitalized big, capitalized not, capitalized mad.
And here's a great example. I had in Michigan recently 25,000 people, and 25,000 people we just couldn't get them in. We had in Harrisburg 25,000 people, and 20,000 people couldn't get in.
Look, 20,000 people, they just go to school in Canada, okay? You've never seen them, but they go to school in Canada, all right? But I promise they were there for me when it counted. I promise.
We had so many, nobody ever mentions that.
They'll all come to the big dance at the end of the year.
When she gets 1,500 people, and I saw it yesterday on ABC, where they said, oh, the crowd was so big. I have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the crowd size. And no,
I have not seen the montage of Trump waving at nobody. But I have seen, in case you're wondering what he's talking about here, just real quick here, let me pull this up. So you can tell how big mad he is about something he's definitely seen. Let's see here. Oh, by the way, in case you want to know how bad this was for him, the Kamala HQ Twitter account live tweeted his entire speech. That's how bad this was. They just watched it and clipped it like crazy. That's how you know it's not a good campaign speech for Donald Trump. Oh my God.
Turn on the internet and see what cat people My God, they went after cat people. Good luck with that. Turn on the internet and see what cat people do when you go after them. These people, if it would be funny if it wasn't so sad. My God, they went after cat.
That is a beautiful cat. Tim Walz just looks so adorable. Also, can I say one thing? This is small, but like, it makes me happy that Tim Walz drinks Diet Mountain Dew. Like, I don't know. I feel like I could encounter him playing League of Legends any day now. Okay. It's me. I'm cat people. Nice. He just like you for real. Let's see. Yeah. In case you want to see a direct comparison between the crowds, here is the on top here. You have the VP announcement. And in the bottom, you have the very same stadium with Donald Trump speaking. And you might notice a very conspicuous absence of, like, the entire second story. The entire second story is just not there. Just completely empty. I'm a moth person. How are we feeling about that? I appreciate you.
I never say the crowd was big. That's why I'm always saying turn around the cameras. I'm so glad you asked that. I think it's so terrible when you say, well, she has 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they talk about, oh, the enthusiasm. Let me tell you, we have the enthusiasm. The Republican Party, and me as a candidate, but the Republican Party has the enthusiasm because people want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected. Think of it. If I were president, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine, where it never happened.
If I was president, you wouldn't have Russia or Ukraine, because I would have destroyed both of them.
Zero chance. You wouldn't have had October 7th of Israel. You wouldn't have the horrible withdrawal. And I don't mean the withdrawal, because the withdrawal was fine. I was ready to withdraw.
Again, these are all attacks against Joe Biden. These are all attacks against Joe Biden, guys. He's just big mad that he's not still campaigning against Joe.
Withdraw from Afghanistan, and we were going to do it with dignity and strength. And we were keeping our equipment. We weren't leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind. And we wouldn't have had 13 great soldiers. I know the families of those soldiers well. We wouldn't have had these soldiers killed, and we wouldn't have had 45 soldiers obliterated. No legs, no arms, the face. None of that would have happened. And you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had any inflation, because inflation was caused by their bad energy problems. Now they've gone back to the Trump thing because they need the votes.
Okay,
you know, I don't know if you know, they're drilling now because they had to go back because gasoline was going up to $7, $8, $9 a barrel. So they said, we better do what Trump. But the day after the election, if they won, you're going to have fuel prices go through the roof. Everybody's going to be forced to buy an electric car, which they're not going to do because they don't want that. It's got a great market. It's got a market. It's really a sub-market. People want gasoline-propelled cars. They want hybrids. They want to have everything. And they want electric. But they want everybody to have an electric car. We don't have enough electricity. We couldn't make enough electricity for that. And you know what else? The weight of a car, the weight of a truck. They want all trucks to be electric. Little things that a lot of people don't talk about. The weight of a truck is 2.5 times heavier. You would have to rebuild every bridge in this country if you were going to do this ridiculous.
We already have electric cars, man. What do you mean? What are you talking about? We already have them. They're fine.
Policy. So, but on crowd size, in history, for any country, nobody's had crowds like I have, and you know that. And when she gets 1,000 people and everybody starts jumping, you know that if I had 1,000 people would say, that's the end of his campaign. I have hundreds of thousands of people. In South Carolina, I had 88,000 people. In Alabama, I had 68,000 people. Nobody says about crowd size with me. But she has 1,000 people or 1,500 people, and they say, oh, the enthusiasm's back. No, no. The enthusiasm is with me and the Republican Party. because they want to stop crime. They want to stop people from pouring into our country from places unknown and from countries unknown, from countries that nobody ever heard of. That's where the enthusiasm. Yeah.
I honestly can't hear this. Difficult.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so basically they're asking, how are you going to repair your relationship with the governor of Georgia? And because he's a key ally in your ability to win that swing state, which is really the heart of your plan.
I don't know if I can or not. I got him elected. Without me, he wouldn't be governor. I got him elected. He was doing terribly. I got him elected. With that being said, I hope we can repair it, but if we don't, the people are still the people, and they're going to vote. We're leading in Georgia by a lot. We're leading in Pennsylvania by a lot. So, but I don't know. Now, in Pennsylvania, I have great relationships. In Georgia, I do too, but unfortunately not with the governor. I've never understood it. When you get somebody elected, they're supposed to like you. He's not exactly, for some reason, and you'll have to ask him about that. Yeah, I'd love to see it get repaired. I think that if we don't win Georgia, Georgia is a big win, is a big state. So I won Alabama by a record. Nobody's ever gotten that many votes. I won South Carolina.
You didn't win Georgia though. That's why you had to call them, asking them to find 11,000 more votes.
Carolina by a record.
Hey, Dragonfly.
You don't win Alabama and South Carolina by records and lose Georgia. It doesn't happen. And the people of Georgia understand that. There was tremendous anxiety and problems in Georgia. A lot of people say, what happened? And we have to, all we want is honest elections. If we have honest elections in Georgia, and we have honest elections in Pennsylvania, we're going to win them by a lot.
God.
Well, he actually said it two ways.
Oh, God. It's so loud.
First, he said it incorrectly, then he corrected himself. Do you agree with it?
The reporter's asking, like, you know, how do you feel about people being worried about there not being a peaceful transfer of power?
That, right? You know, if you watch him. He said it two ways. No. I mean, he said it two ways because he doesn't really know what he's saying. Why didn't he bring it up at the debate? You know, he had a chance for 90 minutes to bring it up at the debate. He could have talked about that at the debate, and he didn't do it. Everyone said, oh, he said this and he said that. He's just, you know, they give him something to read off. He read it very badly because he actually said it the opposite. Then he had to go back and correct himself. He said the opposite. He should have brought this up at the debate. If he had a problem, of course there'll be a peaceful transfer. And there was last time, and there'll be a peaceful transfer. I just hope we're going to have honest elections. That's all, okay?
We had a peaceful transfer last time. You are currently being involved in litigation about that, sir. About how that wasn't the case, actually.
What a stupid question this.
Okay, so the reporter asked him, you haven't had a campaign event in like a week, and some of your backers are concerned that you're not taking this seriously. Oh my God. All right, cool.
Because I'm leading by a lot and because I'm letting their convention go through. And I am campaigning a lot. I'm doing tremendous amounts of taping here. We have commercials that are at a level I don't think that anybody's ever done before. Plus,
he's busy. He's busy, guys, with all of the commercials, you see. All of the commercials. Merchandising.
In certain cases, I see many of you in the room where I'm speaking to you on phones, I'm speaking to radio, I'm speaking to television. Television's coming over here. Excuse me, what are we doing right now? She's not doing any news conference. You know why?
I'm doing more than her right now because even though she just had 2 campaign events in like 2 days, she's out here doing this press conference with me.
Why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference.
She doesn't know how to do a news conference? She's the vice president of the United States, man. What do you mean? Oh yeah, she's never done a news conference before. He is cooked. He is cooked, dog. He's turning into the corn cob.
She's not smart enough to do a news conference. And I'm...
What? What does that mean, Donald? How is someone not smart enough to get up in front of a camera and talk? It's a low bar. Even I can do it.
I'm sorry, we need smart people to lead this country because our country's never been in this danger before, both economically and from an outside perspective. Russia doesn't respect us anymore. China doesn't respect us anymore. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, liked me a lot. He doesn't like this group.
Yeah, remember when that dictator liked me a lot, guys? Yeah, that's a reason you should vote for me. You should vote for me because the dictator liked me. I can't believe this is real, dog. What is this?
Yeah, we are in great danger. We're in great danger of being in World War III. That could happen. No, after their convention, yeah. And I'm going out, actually, I'm going out to certain places to help certain senators get elected. Not even for me. I'm trying to help when I go out to Wyoming or when I go out to Montana, or I'm going to different places to help people. And I don't have to go there because I'm leading those states, as you know, by 35, 40, 50 points.
He's doing it out of the
I'm leading
goodness
by
of his
record
heart.
numbers.
He's just a swell guy.
I'm going because I want to help senators and congressmen get elected. Congressmen and women get elected. Yes, please.
Not just the men, the women too, as long as they're smart enough to hold a press conference.
Yeah, go ahead. The upcoming what? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so basically he has an interview coming up on Monday, and they're asking him about accusations that he's just going to spew propaganda.
Yeah, the Elon Musk. So, yeah, sure. So Elon called me. As you know, he endorsed me full-throated. Great endorsement. I respect Elon a lot. He respects me.
Oh, God.
And not easy for him to endorse, to be honest with you. You know, it takes courage to endorse people. Many people have courage and many people don't. He does have courage. And Elon endorsed me, and he asked me whether or not I'd do a show on Monday, and I think it's going to be Monday night. And I believe he's the host of the show, so it'll be very interesting. A lot of people are talking about it. I look forward to it. That'll be done on Monday night. Well, you have a lot of misinformation spread about China, and you have a lot of misinformation spread about a lot of different places.
Well, yeah, but a lot of people are lying about a lot of things all the time. You have to understand.
I think I'm going to get along great with China. President Xi...
Ignore the part where I'm talking about starting trade wars with them all the time. Yeah, we're going to get along great.
...of China and I were very good friends. We met right here, right in that, except we had a beautiful sofa there, as opposed to...
You had a beautiful what? You had a beautiful what?
What we have... We met right here, right in that, except we had a beautiful sofa there, as opposed to what we have right now.
Maybe the J.D. Vance pick was intentional.
Right now we have you. But President Xi and I had a very good relationship until COVID. And I held him responsible for COVID. It broke up our relationship, but I think we're going to have a great relationship. And I think it's going to be...
I love that there are couch emotes over in YouTube chat.
Mutually beneficial. But we cannot have it where China is taking advantage of the United States. And that's what they were doing, as you very well know. Yes, please. What's your question? No, I think the people that, if you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people were treated.
Oh yeah, dog. Yeah, people just forgot about J6. Yeah. For sure, my dog, my dude, my good buddy.
Treated very harshly when you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed. Nobody was killed on January 6th. But I think that the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly. And they were there to complain, not through me, they were there to complain about an election. And, you know, it's very interesting. The biggest...
They were there to complain about an election. You know, just an unrelated election. Just, you know, an election where, like, you know, frankly, I haven't looked into it. I have no idea what election they were complaining about. Just some election that happened around that time. Who can say, really? People could have been there for any kind of election, really.
This crowd I've ever spoken to, and I said peacefully and patriotic.
He can't prevent himself, dog. He can't prevent himself from trying to brag about the his goddamn crowd sizes. It's insane. Also, just real quick, I made this. I thought you guys might get a kick out of it. I think it really encapsulates the energy of the times. Anyway. Look, I'm sure someone else has made this before, but I couldn't find it easily, so I made it myself. Anyway, this is the dynamic at play here.
Which nobody wants to say, but I said peacefully and patriotically. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and you've seen Maggie, I was at the mall. I was at the Washington Monument. I was at the whole thing. I had crowds. I don't know who's ever had a bigger.
You know, my biggest takeaway from January 6th was that really a lot of people showed up to see me, and that was pretty cool.
Crowd than I have, but I had it many times. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was that day, and I'll tell you, it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture of a small number of people relatively going to the Capitol. But you never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken, I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, are you
fucking serious right now? Nobody has spoken to crowds larger than me. Are you kidding me? Are you about to compare yourself to the Million Man March? Are you kidding? Guys, old people have been alive long enough to know that he's full of shit on this one. You guys know that, right? He's cooked. He's cooked.
Did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people, if not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington, and you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd, we actually had more people.
Are you fucking with me, man?
They said I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people, and I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah.
Oh, what a generous, beneficent soul. Thank you, Donald Trump, for letting Martin Luther King Jr. take the W on this one. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, I'm used to him saying crazy shit, but I wasn't prepared for that. That's not how picture analysis works. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, this is taking a long time to get through because I have to pause like every 5 seconds because I'm just shocked and befuddled by each new sentence as it hits my brain. But if you're enjoying the show, folks, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because this show is not possible without viewers like you supporting it. So thank you to everyone who's supported the stream so far today, and I really appreciate all of you turning up again and again. I've been pushing myself really hard to cover everything because history's happened fast, man. But got a little bit burned out the other day. So you guys are the ones who help me be able to take time off when that happens. Glad to see you too, Preston. And yeah, so consider supporting stream. This is the top of the hour ad break. Feel free to ask any questions you might have, chat. Let's have a little back and forth before we get back to business here. Also, remember to drink your water, okay? I do my best when I can. Method Yahoo, you do great. Thank you so much for supporting stream. Hope Harris Walz can stay upbeat. I think they can do it. Tim Walz has the energy of like 5 men compressed into his body. I think he can do it. Where do babies come from? Well, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, or because anything's possible in Biden's America, when a daddy and a daddy love each other very much, or a mommy and a mommy love each other very much, or 2 consenting adults of legal age love each other very much. Balls to the walls? True. I want you to draw me like one of your French girls. That's not a question. A lot of stuff happened. True. Are you registered to vote, chat? Oh, you know what? So I have to get my driver's license renewed soon. And I just found this out, and so I'm going to spread that info to you guys. I, for the last 15 years, have been stressed out, okay, by the knowledge that one day I will have to have a real ID in order to fly. And, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but, like, the Real ID law was passed in, like, 2005. And so for the last 20 years, there's been this looming deadline where essentially if you don't have a Real ID, you won't be able to board a flight and get through TSA. And I only just found out, apparently you can get a different thing called an enhanced driver's license in order to get on a plane, but it also works on land crossings and port crossings, and it's way easier to get. That might just be a Minnesota thing, but I don't know, worth looking into in your state. What's a Real ID? A Real ID is basically like an enhanced security ID that will allow you to fly domestically in the US. That's about it. It just verifies your identity and allows you to do that. That or get a passport? Yeah. Yeah, and so for years, TSA has been telling me, oh, you better get your Real ID, otherwise you won't be able to fly. Get your Real ID or you won't be able to fly. And then I found out that I already have an enhanced driver's license, so that means I don't need a real ID, and I've been worried for the last decade about nothing. And that is basically an anxiety in a nutshell for you folks. If you've never understood that concept, that's what it is in a nutshell. Just looking at that today. Yeah, enhanced driver's license. It's way better than real ID. Way easier to get, because you need to get like 5 different things to prove you are who you say you are when you get a real ID. Ugh. Anxiety is usually lying. True. Approximately 250,000 people attended the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, at which King gave his speech, according to the National Park Service. The Associated Press reported in 2021 there were at least 10,000 people at Trump's address. He talks bullshit. I never would have guessed. My real ID was a hassle. It's such a hassle. Enhanced ID is so much easier. We've been using fake IDs the entire time. Don't fly Boeing? True. Your real ID knocked you off the voter rolls? That sucks. How did that even work? In Canada, ID is just ID. Well, see, something happened in America called 9/11. And that made us create something called the TSA, which in turn made all other aspects of American life worse. So we did it to ourselves, and it just sucks. We made America a little bit worse. All right, folks. Will anyone answer the call for subs or donos? Do we have any Oilers out there? Oil for the stream gods. Let's see. Got my license renewed right before transitioning. I don't have an uncomfortable conversation with the DMV. Hell yeah, Gamer G. I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely despise my driver's license picture. It looks so bad. I hate it so much. And I really want to look okay in my driver's license picture. I want to look okay so badly. Yeah, Thistles for Eyes, that clip of Tim Walz making sure a person got water. Like, they're trying to make him seem like a monster, and literally at every available opportunity, he's showing that he's an actual human being. Oh, what? He doesn't own any stocks or bonds or have any kind of, like, investments? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, because he's principled and thinks that it would actually cause a conflict of interest, something he's 100% correct about. Oh, darn. Like, he's basically kryptonite for all Republicans.
A drop of oil for the pretty lady on my screen. Wide peepo happy.
Fenry, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Thank you for answering the call for subs and donos. That's what BWA energy is all about. Found out the other week that my driver's license expired 2 years ago. Yo, don't say that on the internet. Go get that fixed. Minnesota was leveled in 2020. It's true. I live in the last surviving bunker. They called him Tampon Tim. I guess he's gonna stop the red wave. Oh my god. Dog, stop. All right, let's continue, folks.
Please.
President Trump, you said repeatedly on Truth Social that it was unconstitutional for the Democrats to replace President Biden with Vice President Harris as their candidate. Can you explain your constitutional
Yeah, sure.
So the reporter just asked him, "You've said that Kamala Harris becoming the new nominee is a violation of the Constitution."
Another drop of oil. Good time to plug my channel where I write music. For example, I wrote this song about JD Vance the couch fucker.
Well, Gamer G, first of all, thank you for the $10 dono. And second of all, I can't not play this song after you introduce that.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when JD Vance said he wants trans people to go down. Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, thought maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grass to take over the country. I think JD Vance needs a swirly.
I agree.
Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Is that a sax solo?
Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Sax would be channeling the soul of Bill. That was incredible. Thank you. Again, this is the proper way to use AI, okay? This is the proper way to use AI, okay? To make silly little meme songs. I think that is the proper use of AI. And if somebody, cough, Sweet Myths, cough, wanted to make that into a real song, that would be incredible. Alright? That would be... I want to hear a real band perform Couch Fucker. I think that is what the people demand, and that is what we all need. Okay? I must spread this like a mold. A beautiful, hilarious mold. Let's go. The hook is really good. The hook is really good. It would heal America. Yeah. Sweet Myths has permission. Okay, folks. We need the Sweet Myths X Couch Fucker crossover. We need to make it happen. Add that to the intermission playlist. All right. I know I have explicit permission from GamerG. It will be absolutely inscrutable to people who aren't politically brain poisoned, but you know what? I will rely on all of you to explain the meme, okay? There we go. This is a chat topper? Hell yeah. Also, folks, hello everybody. Hello. We have a good turnout tonight. Just want to say thank you all for being here. And I feel like our channel has come a long way recently. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Let's go back to this speech, though. Believe it or not, we are not even halfway done.
We have a constitution. It's a very important document, and
He was asked for his constitutional analysis for why he thinks Kamala Harris violated the Constitution by becoming the new nominee. So get ready for Donald Trump to pull something out of his ass.
Live by it. She has no votes, and I'm very happy to run against her. I'm not complaining from that standpoint. And I hate to be defending him, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said, you're not going to win after the debate. They said, you're not going to win. You can't win. You're out. And at first they said it nicely, and he wasn't leaving. And then you know it better than anybody. Wait a minute. So when you think about it, they said at first they were going to go out to another vote. They were going to go through a primary system, a quick primary system, which it would have to be. And then it all disappeared, and they just picked a person that was the first out. She was the first loser, okay? So we call her the first loser. She was the first.
No, you don't. You've never called her that before in your life. You literally just came up with that right now. No one has ever called her that.
Loser when during the primary system, during the Democrat primary system, she was the first one to quit, and she quit. She had no votes, no support, and she was a bad debater, by the way, very bad debater. And that's not the thing I'm looking forward to, but she was a bad debater. She did obviously a bad job. She never made it to Iowa. Then for some reason, and I know he regrets it, you do too, he picked her, and she turned on him too. She was working with the people that wanted him out. But the fact that you can get no votes, lose in the primary system, in other words, you had 14 or 15 people, she was the first one out, and that you can then...
Look, you can tell his brain is operating at 110% capacity. He's gone beyond. He's gone plus ultra, okay? Look at him go. He's focusing all of his mental energy into that hand gesture, okay? That's where his spirit bomb is charging for this.
In other words, you had 14 or 15 people, she was the first one out, and that you can then be picked to run for president, it seems to me actually unconstitutional. Perhaps it's not. Please.
Oh, okay. It just seems like it would be unconstitutional. Oh, okay. So your political theory about the constitutionality of this is, it just seems wrong. Oh, okay. Cool.
So I've run against Hillary, and I've run against various other people. I would say that in terms of intelligence, Hillary was far superior. I would say that. Hillary was smart. She was her own worst enemy in many ways, but she was smart, very smart. Okay? If you ask me to compare them. Please. Would you repeat that question, please? Do you have to speak up? Yes, sir. It's a hard room because it's very big, if you know. So this is worth $18 million. Oh, I see. Yeah. So I think the abortion issue has been very much tempered down.
Oh yeah, I promise I won't do a national abortion ban. I promise.
And I've answered, I think, very well in the debate, and it seems to be much less of an...
Yeah, keep in mind, the reason the audio for the reporters is scuffed as hell is because they didn't give them microphones. They shut off all of the mics for the reporters in this press conference. God knows why.
Issue, especially for those where they have the exceptions. as you know. And I think it's when I look for 52 years, they wanted to bring abortion back to the states. They wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade. And that's Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and everybody. Liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back in the states. And I did that. Now the states are voting. And frankly, some of the votes are much more, if you could say, liberal than you would think. Ohio turned out to be, they had a big vote, and it turned out to be a much more liberal standing than people would have thought. Kansas, the same thing. And then you have Texas, and you have other places where it may be different. But the issue has been brought back to the states now. And like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe.
Maybe more people are watching because you didn't stream yesterday, Jack. You know how the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
It's true. You all love it when I don't stream. Not kidding. But it did allow me to come back with a very spicy look. So, you know. There's that.
Strongly. I think that that's...
By the way, can we just... he's talking about exceptions in the case of, like, rape, incest, or the life of the mother. Just worth noting, every single time a Republican tries to moderate their stance with that, there's no moderation happening. In the case of rape or incest, you have to litigate that in court. And guess what? Litigation on rape and incest cases tends to take longer than 9 months. Also, in the case of life of the mother, doctors still don't want to perform that surgery because they'll be liable for it if it's deemed that it wasn't done to save the life of the mother. They need to weigh the risk to the mother over the risk to themselves, and they're going to give precedence to themselves and not the life of the mother, which will result in just dead women and, people who can get pregnant and dead fetuses. It's just a lose-lose scenario. The exceptions aren't real. They were always lies.
It's a very important thing. I think when you have to follow your heart, but when you don't believe in the exception.
Ultimately, it comes down to following your heart when it comes to abortion. What? Bro.
I think it's much
that's the pro-choice position. You follow your heart. You get to decide.
Tougher. It's a much tougher issue. But about 82% of Republicans do believe in exceptions. I think and a lot of them are changing their mind and coming even further. I think that abortion has become much less of an issue. It's a very small, I think it's actually going to be a very small issue. What I've done is I've done what every Democrat and every Republican wanted to have done, and we brought that issue back to the states. And now the states are voting on it. And frankly, some of the votes are a lot different than people would have thought. But it's the vote of the people is taking care of it. And, when you think about the radical, the Democrats are really the radical ones on this because they're allowed to do abortion on the 8th and 9th month and even after birth. If you look...
Bro, if that were true, come on. If it were true that it was legal to do after birth abortions, you realize, that would be anyone who's currently, an adult, right? I didn't do a murder, Your Honor. I did an after-birth abortion. And then, obviously the judge is in a Democrat state, and they're like, oh, well then, haha, you're getting out of jail today, young man. That's how they act. That's how they act like Democrat states are the purge, where there are people just running around doing random acts of violence and murders, and then in court just arguing, but Your Honor, you see, I was doing an after-birth abortion. And then they're like, well, innocent. That's not what happens. These people are freaks. These people are freaks. They're freaks and liars.
Look at your new governor from Minnesota. He's talking about, he's like the governor previous, the former governor. I don't want to get him mixed up because Glenn is doing a good job and he's leading our whole campaign in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. But previous to Glenn, the governor, he said the baby will be born, we will put the baby aside and we will decide with the mother what we're going to do. In other words, whether or not...
Yeah, the mom and the doctor will be able to decide what's best. Yeah.
Not we're going to kill the baby. The Minnesota gentleman, this guy...
Does he not remember Tim Walz's name? Does he not? He doesn't remember Kamala Harris's running mate's name. The Minnesota gentleman.
Guy agrees with that. He is the most liberal. Look, between her and him, there's never been anything like this. There's never been a combination. So I'll use the word progressive. You know, they want to go progressive. They don't like the word liberal. I like liberal better. I think it's more appropriate because nobody knows what progressive means.
It's me. I'm progressive. It's me. They're talking about me. They're talking about all you out there right now. Look at you guys.
But they now like to use the word progressive. But there's certainly never been anybody so liberal like these two.
It's just the left wing of the Democratic Party, yeah.
Or even close. I think the abortion issue has been taken down many notches. I don't think it's a big factor anymore, really. And when people hear what I said in the...
Oh, yeah, dog. Abortion isn't the big deal at this election. Sure, bud.
Headshot.
Matt at Yahoo, thank you for gifting 10-letter name a sub. Let's go.
The debate, and I think I said it very well during the debate. We brought it back.
Look at this evil, evil man who wants to just do post-birth abortions because he's evil. Look at how evil he is. Look at his face in despair. Look at him looking like the friendliest man you've ever seen in your life. Also, can I show you guys something here? Okay. Look at this man. Look at this man. Look at this man. You trying to tell me this man's bad? If we're gonna have a vibes contest, you about to lose. You about to lose, dog. I need to find the full picture from this, by the way, because it's even more endearing. Oh, actually. No, god damn it. There's a full screen. Wait. Can I see it? Yeah, here it is. I found it. It's the full screen picture of this. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? Because I don't think you are. Look it. It's two wholesome Midwestern men. Look at that. Isn't that adorable? You thought it was just one really tall man absolutely thrilled to be holding a piglet. It's two wholesome Midwestern men who are huge and are happy to be holding little piglets. Keep in mind, Tim Walz is like 6 feet tall. Like, he's huge. This guy's even bigger. My God, they grow them big out here. Just tall as hell. What's that weird shit they're doing with their faces? It's called smiling. You might not be as familiar with it as you may be, if you've only been watching, Donald Trump.
Back to the States. Everybody wanted it in the States.
Tim Walz and his friends
very
Santa
importantly,
holding
and you
penguins,
think
yeah.
about this, assuming you have exceptions. If you don't have exceptions, it's a more difficult thing. At the same time, there are people that strongly feel that way, and you have to follow your heart, and you should follow your heart. But
Bro, you are the Republican president who is pledged to outlaw abortion across America. And now you are running so far away from this issue that you're like, well, really, when we mean we're pro-life, we mean you should follow your heart. You should really follow your heart to the pro-life position, which we will force you at gunpoint to adopt. But follow your heart, though.
that issue is very much subdued. Yeah, thank you. About who? Yes. No, I didn't. Look, if you take away guns, she wants to take away.
I do feel like there's something, I don't know. It says something that when someone asked him about the assassination attempt on his life, he's like, the
Speaking
who?
of 45 lol.
Entrama, thank you for having been subscribed for 45 months. That's almost 4 years. You're one of the OGs who has supported me since the beginning. Thank you very, very much, Entrama. You are wonderful, and I hope you're doing all right. And I hope next time you visit the Twin Cities, we get to connect, because I felt really bad missing the opportunity.
Away everyone's gun. If you take away guns, can't do it, because people need the guns for protection. Now, entertainment, they wanted, hunting, they would.
We all love Entrama. One of the OG mods of my channel.
Different things, but they need weapons for protection in this country. People live out in the woods and they're not going to have a gun. If you look at some countries, I don't want to get them in trouble, but some countries have actually gone the opposite way. They had very strong gun laws, and now they have gone the opposite way, where they allowed people to have guns, where in one case they encouraged people to go out and get guns, and crime is down 29%.
Citation needed.
And remember this, what is the toughest gun law in the United States?
Can we please watch the State Fair clip of Walz and his daughter too?
Oh, please. It's
White people happy.
It's the only thing that will
also win a few.
It's the only thing that will make watching this Trump speech bearable.
Times, including with his daughter, who he says tricked him into going on the most extreme ride at the fairgrounds. Take a look.
Every year we as a family do something old and something new. I get to pick something, a classic, the old mill ride, to do that. And then Hope gets to pick something new.
I think we're gonna go do the slingshot.
Which I don't know what it is, and they're keeping it from me. But then we're gonna go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special. And we will go do some of those things and report back.
Typical teenage daughter and father banter. Real funny.
Love it. He said he didn't know what it was. Sir, it's called the slingshot.
I've never been on that. Have you been?
God, there's just something so relatable and lovable about how he gives his daughter like just a little bit of a hard time for being like vegetarian, but then like goes and like does the ride that she picked. That's really cute. That's really wholesome. That's aggressively Midwestern. God. They picked an actual human being to be the vice presidential nominee, and I think it's just a wonderful choice. Compare him to this guy. This guy who's like never had a joyous moment with any of his children.
Chicago. On July 4th, 117 people were shot and 17 died. The toughest gun laws in the United States are in the city of Chicago. You know that. They had 117 people shot. Afghanistan does not have that. Afghanistan.
How much do you think watching videos of Walz being a real dad hurts Eric Trump? Can I just show this? No, I need a YouTube video. Here we go.
Where is Barron? Stand up. Look at him.
Oh God, the editing in this is terrible. It's the right moment, but maybe this is it.
A very young man is now going to college, got into every college he wanted to, and he made his choice. And he's a very good guy, I'll tell you. You know, I'm not allowed to call them boy, but he is my boy. He's my boy. They're all my boys, right? When you have sons, you can be any age. They're your boy. They're always going to be. And he's a very special guy. Barron Trump. This is the first time he's ever been Barron. Where is Barron?
Can I just say, like, look at Don Jr.'s face, man.
Where is Barron? Stand up. Look at him. That's the first time he's done it. That's the first time, right? Hey, you're pretty popular. He might be more popular than Don and Eric. We got to talk about it.
Donald Trump just single-handedly, like, throttling both his older son's hearts. Boy, they're really popular. My other two sons could learn a thing or two from him.
Hey, Don, we got to talk about this, huh? All right. So, Barron, it's good to have you. Welcome to the scene, Barron. I don't know.
Hey, Eric, we got to talk about this. Oh, it eviscerates his heart, man.
By the way, was the lowest point in the history of our country.
They're like the McPoyle brothers, it's true.
In my opinion. That was the worst embarrassment to the history of this country, and I...
Wait, why is it not playing... Here. You know what? Wait, no, it's the wrong one. Okay.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
There we go. Redeemed.
I say Putin would not have gone into Ukraine if that didn't happen. When he saw the incompetence of Milley and all these guys that are incompetent, when he saw that happen, when they took out the soldiers first, they took out the soldiers first. You know, if you go back and check your records, for 18 months, I had a talk with Abdul. Abdul was the leader of the Taliban, still is. But I had a strong talk with him. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot at or killed.
Why does no one ever bring up that the fact that the reason that didn't happen was because he released all of the prisoners that the U.S. had of the Taliban soldiers because he negotiated with them to not attack during the campaign? He released all of the leverage the United States had to negotiate like a controlled release of prisoners so that it wasn't a complete shit show when we pulled out. He gave up that leverage and got people killed so that he could campaign in peace.
but not even shot at. 18 months, and then we had the disaster of the lift, where people were falling off airplanes from 3 times the height of the World Trade Center. I mean, terrible. But now our country has to be respected again. Please. Go ahead, please. I'd be against that.
Okay, so basically, the question here was that there was a leak from the New York Times that said that Kamala Harris would be open to an arms embargo of Israel, and he responds that he'd be against that. By the way, that is accurate. Apparently, behind closed doors, Kamala Harris has been talking about, actually playing hardball with Israel to bring an end to the genocide in Gaza. She had a bit of a, and I was going to talk about this earlier, but she had a bit of a back and forth with a protester. We'll get to it after we finish the Trump speech. But she had a bit of a back and forth with a protester at one of her events in Michigan. And granted, it was a bad look for her because the first time the protester, interrupted, she was like, we all should be heard, but this is my turn to speak. And then like the protester continued, and like she lost her cool a little bit. Was just like, if you want Trump to win, keep talking. This is my time, or something like that. Not the best response, but like ultimately, I don't care about her response in a speech so much as I care about what her actual policy is going to be. And it seems like her policy is solidifying around like a willingness to do what it takes to bring this conflict to an end. So that is good. And that is why I think more people should protest Kamala Harris. Like, you gotta keep protesting her until she like makes some concrete campaign promises. Or at the very least, you protest her through the election, vote for her, and then keep protesting her position, because I believe she can be moved. And you might be asking me, hey, but Jack, why do you think she can be moved? That's crazy. Well, just a little thing to note here. She happened to have picked Tim Walz. And if you don't know much about Tim Walz, I think one thing you should know that is particularly relevant to, Israel's ongoing genocide of Gaza is that Tim Walz wrote a master's thesis on the Holocaust, specifically Holocaust education. And how we educate people on genocide. So, just something to note here. Yeah. Let's just take a quick look here. In Judy Augustine's freshman year at Mankato West High School, her teacher instructed her to wear a yellow star. It was part of a Holocaust curriculum at the school, located in a remote area of Minnesota with barely any Jews. For a week, freshmen were asked to wear the yellow stars, which were reminiscent of the ones the Nazis made the Jews wear. Seniors played the part of the Gestapo charged with persecuting the Jews. Unlike everyone else in her class in the 2001 to 2002 school year, Augustine was Jewish. The experience, quote, was incredibly hurtful and offensive and scary, unquote, she recalled on Tuesday. Her father complained to the district and wrote a letter to the local paper decrying the lesson. In response, she recalled, a teacher intervened. That teacher, according to her recollection, current vice presidential nominee Tim Walz. When Tim Walz found out about it, he squashed it real quick, and as far as I understand, they never did it again, Augustine told the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. So he was an advocate for my experience as one of 4 Jewish kids in the entire school district, and I always felt like he had our back. Let's see. Okay, through everything, Walz modeled and argued for careful instruction that treated the Holocaust as one of multiple genocides worth understanding. Quote, schools are teaching about the Jewish Holocaust, but the way it's traditionally being taught is not leading to increased knowledge of the causes of genocide in all parts of the world, Walz wrote in his thesis, submitted in 2001. The thesis was the culmination of Walz's master's degree focused on Holocaust and genocide education at Minnesota State University, Mankato, which he earned while teaching at Mankato West. His 27-page thesis, which JTA obtained, is titled Improving Human Rights and Genocide Studies in the American High School Classroom. In it, Walz argues that the lessons of the Jewish Holocaust should be taught in the greater context of human rights abuses rather than as a uniquely historical anomaly or as part of larger unit on World War II. To exclude other acts of genocide severely limited students' ability to synthesize the lessons of the Holocaust and the ability to apply them elsewhere, he wrote. He then took a position that he noted was controversial among Holocaust scholars, that the Holocaust should not be taught as unique, but used to help students identify clear patterns with other historical genocides like the Armenian and Rwandan genocides. Walz was describing, in effect, his own approach to teaching the Holocaust that he implemented in Alliance, Nebraska years earlier. In the state's remote Northwest region, Walz asked his global geography class to study the common factors that link the Holocaust to other historical genocides, including economic strife, totalitarian ideology, and colonialism. The year was 1993. At year's end, Walz and his class correctly predicted that Rwanda was most at risk of sliding into genocide. He was able to teach his students to predict the Rwandan genocide from rural Nebraska based on what you could get on what info you could get in 1993. Guys, it's not like you could pull up Google for that one. The Holocaust is taught too often purely as a historical event, an anomaly, a moment in time, Walz told the New York Times in 2008, reflecting on those Alliance lessons. That relieves us of responsibility. Obviously, the mastermind was sociopathic, but on the scale for it to happen, there had to be a lot of people in the country who chose to go down that path. In his thesis, he noted that he intended to bring this curriculum to the Mankato School District as a sample unit. But another kind of lesson was unfolding there at the same time. Yeah. Again, this is the... it then circles back around to the Yellow Star story. For years at Mankato West, high school students had been engaged in a peculiar lesson that was, all the same, not unusual for its time. In an effort to teach students who had never met a Jewish person what it might have been like to live under the Nazis, teachers had them role-play. For a week, freshmen wore the yellow stars, and seniors playing the Gestapo were given permission to torment them, which, like, holy shit, what was going on in the 90s? How was this okay? Goodness. Such lessons had been going on since at least the 1990s, recalled Leah Solo, a Jewish student who graduated from Mankato West in 1998. For Solo, these lessons weren't so bad. People knew I was Jewish. People knew to be sensitive around me, she told JTA. Her teacher, who was not Walz and whom she liked, was doing his best to try to teach a really hard subject to folks who had no idea. Most of these kids had never met a Jew before. In her senior year, she was given the choice of whether she wanted to play a Nazi or another kind of role and chose the latter. Things were different by the time Augustin took the class several years later. By then, the Holocaust roleplay wasn't just limited to the confines of the classroom. They could come up to you in the lunchroom, recalled Anne Heinz, a fellow student at the time. Local students whispered about the lesson before they got to high school, she said. One senior, in Augustin's recollection, got violent and started shoving the Jewish freshmen into lockers. Outraged, her father wrote a letter to the local newspaper, and some parents complained to the school district. Augustin left the high school after her sophomore year. None of this happened in Walz's classroom, according to the students, and Heinz recalls that the lessons had ended by the time she graduated in 2004. I'm not sure what his involvement was, I just know it ended. Heinz, who is not Jewish, told JTA, he was teaching at the time it ended. Yeah. So basically, no one involved with like these types of lessons can recall Walz ever implementing this kind of lesson plan in his classroom. Wild stuff. Solo, who had Walz's wife Gwen for a different class, took a student trip led by the couple to China, where Tim Walz taught for a year early in his career. She recalled how, in 2004, Walz stood up for her when she was working with John Kerry's presidential campaign, and security for George W. Bush rally tried to boot them from the premises. When security also tried to kick him out, he was like, "I'm a former teacher of the year who just returned from being deployed. I don't think you want to kick me out," Solo recalled, describing an incident that made local news at the time. And then after the rally, he came and signed up to volunteer with the Kerry campaign because he did not appreciate that. Oh my god! This guy is amazing. I didn't know this story. So he stood up for one of like the former kids at his school and was like, "Yeah, I'm in the National Guard and Teacher of the Year. I don't think you want to kick me out with this lady." And because he didn't appreciate that to such a great degree, he went and volunteered for John Kerry's campaign and launched his political career. That's crazy. Yeah, no, it even says volunteering with Kerry's campaign led directly to Walz's entrance into politics. Amazing stuff. I don't know, guys. He's like, again, he's the best possible pick you could get for VP. And honestly, like, everything about him is like carefully constructed, like in a lab, but it's genuine, you know? Like, it's crazy. Guys, one of the stories apparently about why Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz was that he told her he didn't want to be president. He's been in politics for like almost, maybe like 20 years now. And he made it to the interviews to be vice president. And he told her he doesn't want to be president. That's crazy. That's humility right there. It honestly does make him qualified. I feel like if Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris serves out her term and he's willing, like, I think he'd do a pretty okay job. I think he'd be a decent president. He'd be a good man. I think the best people don't want that kind of power. We need a Cincinnatus, goddammit. Those who do not seek power are the most deserving of it. True. It would be a turn left even more. I guess this is a very long way of me trying to get to this point, which is that I don't think you accidentally pick a vice president whose master thesis to get their degree was on how you shouldn't teach the Holocaust in isolation and should instead teach it as like a preventative story about all of the factors that go into a genocide and that it's not unique to one point in history. I don't think you accidentally pick that guy and then intend to do nothing about an ongoing genocide perpetrated by one of our country's biggest allies. I don't think that's an accident, and I think that this is hope, guys. Not just hope for our country, but hope for the people of Palestine, hope for the people of Gaza. I am extremely hopeful, and I don't know that politically she can come forward and say that she wants a ceasefire while she's still vice president. I think that's a very politically difficult thing to do. And if she is going to do it, it's probably going to be much closer to the election than like right now, 90 days out. But I think everything that we are learning about what's going on behind closed doors and her pick of VP all indicate to me that she intends to do something about this. And if she doesn't, I think that the guy she picked as vice president, who wrote a master's thesis on how genocide is not limited to the Holocaust, I think he might have some words for her. I think he might have some words for her about a misguided lesson on genocide that he witnessed unfold at one of his schools. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work for this campaign, guys. We may actually be in the good timeline, only if we fight for it. And I don't know about you guys, but I intend to fight. All right. I was an uncommitted voter, and I'm coconut pilled. Also, apparently Kamala Harris met with the leaders of the uncommitted movement. I think that's where this. I think that's where the her statements about, you know, being open to arms embargo on Israel. I think that's where that came from. Actually, the meeting with the uncommitted movement. Yep. The timeline is as good as you make it. Let's make it good. Hell yeah. We only got a limited time on this earth, folks. Let's fight to make it good. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Now, folks, we've been going for 4 hours. This is your top of the hour ad break. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit all the buttons, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because guess what, folks? Your support is the only reason I'm able to sit here day after day and talk about the news. And also be able to eat and have, you know, a roof over my head and all that stuff, you know. But mostly it's what allows me to make the content. It's the precious content oil. Me here in Canada watching another country decide the timeline for the entire world. Yeah, I'm sorry that the future of all countries on Earth seem to hinge on leftists in the United States getting their shit together. I'm trying real hard to get our shit together. Oof. But I can't do it by myself. And look good doing it. Thank you. Come payday is oil time? Hell yeah. All right. The world's fate. Yeah, I do apologize on behalf of the United States that the world's fate is somehow going to turn on Georgia. God. Apologies. All right. We do still, believe it or not, have like half of this press conference left.
Also,
that Kamala is in favor of not giving Israel weapons? Yeah. That's what I hear. Look, she's been very, very bad to Israel, and she's been very...
Yo!
It's still growing. Only 3 more months before I'm a full-fledged subscriber.
This'll Rise, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Let's go!
Bad to Jewish people. And I say it, if anybody I know is Jewish and they would vote for Kamala over me, they should have their head examined. If you think about it, I gave them Golan.
Man, okay. So before he goes any further, can I just say that this is way worse than Joe Biden's, like, you know, like the black comment about voting. Like, we can agree with that, right? Like, he's literally saying, if you're Jewish and you don't vote for me, you're crazy.
Over me, they should have their head examined. If you think about it, I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. I built.
He gave them the Golan Heights. Keep in mind, guys, some people on the left are trying to tell you that this guy is the leftist option. Some people are out there telling you this guy is going to be better for the Palestinian people. He's literally talking about having like a neighborhood named after him in the Golan Heights because he allowed Israel to annex that territory. Yeah, sorry. They claim to be on the left. You know, your Jimmy Dore types, your Nico House types, your you know, the MAGA communist types. You know, the Nazbols, the Nazis LARPing as leftists. You know, those ones, the dumb left, as I derisively call them. Like, they're not good people, and their politics are even worse. The red fash, yeah. Fake leftists? Yeah, unfortunately, though, they're very loud online. Jimmy Dore has gotten pretty big, and he's one of the worst of them. Oh, Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $10 super chat. And I will respond to it after it gets read off by the voice thing. For some reason, for YouTube super chats, it takes like a minute. Is Jimmy Dore still a thing? Unfortunately, yes. He recently interviewed Candace Owens, and it was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. It was basically just one of the... Let me put it this way. I don't think I could identify another time in my life where I saw something more anti-Semitic than that.
He belongs to one demographic, and he posted it on Twitter. He said, "Criminals for Kamala." I had no idea he felt so much love for her.
Fair. Thank you for the $10 super chat.
I even built the embassy. I gave them no Iran deal. The problem is they didn't do anything with it. Iran was broke. We could have made a deal so easily. I would have had a deal done within 1 week.
You broke the Iran deal. What do you mean? You ripped it up. You were the one who broke the Iran deal. Oh, it was so easily. We could have had an Iran deal. You broke it.
1 week after the election with Iran. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
The agreement that we had with them prevented them from having a nuclear weapon, man. You ruined the entire Iran deal on purpose.
Would have gotten along with Iran. I was looking forward to it. I was fine with Iran. You know,
You assassinated their top general. What do you mean you were getting along with them? Guys, just curiosity. How do you think the United States would react if someone like drone struck the Pentagon and killed like our top general? How do you think America would react to that? A foreign power doing that? Do you think we would be like just relatively chill about it? Yeah, all hypothetically in a video game, obviously. Nukes would fly, billions would perish. Yeah, unironically. The drums of war would begin to sound from every corner of America. I got rid of my last therapist when she told me she follows Jordan Peterson. That's a really good example of following the red flags. You know, you saw that red flag, you got out of there. Good job.
We hit them a couple of times pretty hard, but we would have been fine with Iran. But I terminated that deal. I got them.
Jimmy Dore literally used to do a show on the Young Turks called Aggressive Progressives. He's not a centrist.
The Abraham Accords. Everyone said that's impossible. I got them the Abraham Accords. She's been very, very bad to Israel. And
At least that's not how he presents himself.
She's been very bad and disrespectful to Jewish people. And any Jewish person that votes for Kamala and her friend, her new friend, who I
can't remember Tim Walz's name, dog. He can't. Guys. This man is too old to be president. He's too old. He can't even remember who Kamala Harris's vice president is. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You telling me you can't remember the name Tim? Is that too hard? Is Tim too hard of a name? Are you having trouble remembering who this guy is? This delightful man who's friendly and personable and has a pretty distinct look? You're trying to tell me you can't remember Tim? One syllable? Does he lose you on the second syllable? Walz? Where do you get lost in this, Donald?
don't know if she knew him before, but I don't think he's too good. But anybody that votes for them, if you're Jewish or if you love Israel...
Man, even his attack on Tim Walz is, I don't think he's too good. Anyway.
You have to have your head examined. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I know Donald Trump can say the word Walz. True, John Bainbridge.
They have. The FBI came to see me about the shooter. I think they've done a very good job. And I think they did a very good job with respect to this other lunatic that they have in custody. Please. Yeah.
Oh, God. Someone's asking him about Willie Brown and Kamala Harris.
Well, I know Willie Brown very well. In fact, I went down in a helicopter with him. We thought maybe this is the end. We were in a helicopter.
What? Yeah, I just never told you about this time when I almost crashed in a helicopter. We went down together. We crashed in the middle of the desert together. I had to gnaw part of his leg bone to survive. The bone was exposed by the crash. We didn't have to do anything. We used bits of flesh to keep each other alive.
Going to a certain location together, and there was an emergency landing. This was not a pleasant landing, and Willie was he was a little concerned. So I know him pretty well. I mean, I haven't.
I'm sorry, were you not concerned when your helicopter was crashing? I want to know more about this story.
Seen him in years, but he told me terrible things about her. But this is what you're telling me anyway, I guess. But he had a big part in what happened with Kamala. But I don't.
You gotta tell us more about this helicopter story, man.
I don't know. Maybe he's changed his tune.
It was a very fine helicopter crash. The nicest one you've ever seen. Landed perfectly on the ground. Oh, what a surprise, I guess. What a surprise. It didn't happen. A few aspects of his story don't hold up to scrutiny. Yeah, which ones exactly? Oh, it wasn't the famous San Francisco mayor on the helicopter. It was Governor Jerry Brown, former governor of California, who bears little resemblance to Willie Brown. There was also no emergency landing. The helicopter's passengers were never in any danger at all, according to Governor Gavin Newsom, who was also on the flight. Are you kidding me, dog? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Jerry Brown said through a spokesperson, there was no emergency landing and no discussion of Kamala Harris. Oh my God, dude. I call complete BS, Mr. Newsom said, laughing out loud. Gavin Newsom literally lolled at the question, guys. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, hit us up with some more stories, Donald. Maybe with a few more specifics this time.
But he was not a fan of hers very much at that point. Yeah, I do. Go ahead. On what? Well, I'm going to announce that. I'm going to actually have a press conference on that at some point in the near future, so I don't want to tell you now. But Florida does have a vote coming up on that, and I think probably the vote will go in a little more liberal way than people thought. But I'll be announcing that at the appropriate time. Please.
Mr. President, your tax cuts from your administration will be coming up fairly soon and potentially expiring. I wanted to ask you specifically about the tax code favoring parents versus people who don't have children. There are a number of tax breaks.
Yeah. Oh, we gave tremendous for child care and all of that. No,
the question was about the tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts. Because for those of you who aren't aware, the tax cuts that were given by Trump when he did his largest tax cut ever and gave like trillions of dollars to the richest people in America, the benefits of that tax cut that went to the middle and the working class, all of those were written specifically to sundown, meaning expire, and then revert. This year. So all of the rich people in this country, all of the giant businesses in this country get to keep their tax cuts. Your tax cuts, however, gone. Vanished in a puff of smoke. Like a Naruto Shippuden ninja, okay? I don't even know if that's the full name of the show or not, because I haven't watched Naruto. I don't know if Shippuden is a different thing or not. It's just something I never got into. And really, that's the important thing to take away from this.
Our tax cuts, which are the biggest in history, our tax cuts are coming due, as you know, very soon. And if the Democrats...
yes, tax cuts coming due. As tax cuts usually do? No. Usually tax cuts don't sundown. That's not the usual thing for tax cuts.
Democrats don't renew them or make it impossible to renew because it's pretty close in terms of vote. If they don't renew them, it's the equivalent of having a 4 times tax increase from what you have right now, and it'll destroy the economy. I think they're under tremendous pressure to do it. I've never seen, all my life I grow up and I watch politics, and I used to be on the other side of politics, then I run for office. But in all the years of studying politics, I've never seen people get elected by saying, we're going to give you a tax increase. These guys get up, think of it. We're going to give you no security. We're going to give you a weak military. We're going to give you no walls, no borders, no anything.
He said it.
All these things they're doing.
He does know how to say Tim Walz's name.
I mean, the transgender became such a big thing, but they do all of
Yes, tell us more about big transgender.
these things, but they always say
This big transgender, are we talking like muscly, or are we talking like, you know, cuddly? Like what kind of transgender are we talking about here? Well, you know, we need to know. Is this a cuddly?
Hashtag Trump is a coward was trending on Truth Social for over a day. On Truth Social. Also, on that whole bear or man in the woods? I'd pick Governor Walz over the bear. Also, oil for the riverboat.
Lady Raincloud, thank you for the $5 dono. And yes, I too would pick Governor Walz over the bear. I think he would. I think not only would he kill any bears that he encountered, he would actually help you out and like make sure you got home okay. You know?
say, we're going to give you a tax increase. I never heard anybody campaign on a tax increase. A politician has always said, I will cut taxes. I'll give you one example. Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. I am going to...
Again, you guys won't believe this, but you know what? There's a really easy way to fix Social Security and make sure it's solvent for, like, ever. It's one simple trick. You'll never get this. One simple trick to save Social Security. Eliminate the cap on income. Okay? If you eliminate the cap on income, which I believe begins at like $100,000 some dollars. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I know it's 6 digits. That would mean Social Security would remain solvent for basically ever. Right now, yeah, $140K? Yeah. So get rid of the cap. Make people who are making more than $140,000 per year, make them pay their fair share, all right? They will still get that Social Security when they retire, but you know what? They should pay their fair share. We fix it. If we get rid of that cap, we fix it. It's not revolutionary, guys. All it takes is the willingness to tax the wealthy their fair share. And do you know who's one of their proposals in the 2020 primary? The 2020 Democratic primary. Want to know what Kamala Harris's proposal was for the business tax rate? I believe Donald Trump cut it down to like 21% or something. It had been like, I think like 30% or 28% or something like that. I think Kamala Harris wanted to bring it up to 36%. She wanted to raise it higher than Joe Biden wanted to raise it. So, I'm thinking, I think I know someone who might be running for office right now who actually has a plan and a willingness to tax the wealthiest among us to make sure Social Security remains solvent, and it's not Donald Trump. Poor little millionaire boy can't afford to go to school anymore. Why, if you tax the poor little millionaire boy, he won't even be able to buy groceries. If you tax the poor little millionaire boy, he might have to ride his bicycle to school. Or the filthy, degenerate school bus with the other poors. Poor little millionaire boy.
Leave Social Security. I'm not raising the years. I'm not raising the age. I will be saving Social Security, and I'm going to work it out that there's no tax on Social
Yeah, Witch Night Melody, I'm guessing the reason she hasn't put her policies on her website yet is because she's probably still in the process of negotiating with like unions and different like progressive groups in order to get like endorsements and such. I'm guessing that that is a roadblock between her putting her policies up, you know? I think she'll get there, but it's going to take a few more weeks, you know?
Social Security for seniors. I'm also doing no tax on tips. No tax on tips. So waiters, waitresses, caddies, people that drive cars, people that get tips who have been harassed by this government, we're going to have no tax on tips. That's a big thing. Yeah, oh, absolutely, sure. Because other people have done far bigger things than Steve Bannon, sure, it's politically.
Yeah, other people have done far worse things than refusing subpoenas by Congress. You know, it turns out when you don't show up to testify to Congress, it's kind of a big deal. It's kind of like a worse thing than when you don't show up to your criminal court case. Because instead of not showing up to a courtroom, a lower courtroom of a lower judge, you're just not showing up to the court case in the lawmaking body of the United States. Just a little bit worse.
Motivated. I think it's a horrible thing they did. Look, they've weaponized government against me. Look at the Florida case. It was a totally weaponized case. All of these cases, by the way, the New York cases are totally controlled out of the Department of Justice. They sent their top person to the various places. They went to the AG's office, got that one going. Then he went to the DA's office, got that one going, ran through it. No, this is all politics, and it's a disgrace. Never happened in this country. It's very common that it happens, but not in our country. It happens.
Dude is coping so hard, man.
In banana republics and third world countries, and that's what we're becoming.
I've heard the no tax on tips is just a way for corporations to cheat the system. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what's a better solution than no tax on tips? Just paying workers a livable minimum wage. Like, just pay them 5 head? Like, just pay them money. So that you don't have to, like, have them be subsidized by customers. The only reason a no tax on tips thing exists is because companies steal workers' tips. Like, when you are guys, one of the reasons why workers hate when you tip digitally, it's because the company then has a record of how much you tipped, which means that, like, they can take the tips. As opposed to, like, when you give them physical dollars, they just get to pocket the cash.
We have no borders. We have bad voting regulations. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have problems. France learned that lesson. You know, France had all mail-in voting, and they went back to paper ballots, voter identification, voter ID. They went back to a normal system, one-day voting. They don't want to be around, you know, voting for 64 days. And look, the election, I keep talking about November 5th, but the election really starts on September 6th. That's when it starts because it's early voting.
True.
We should have one-day voting. We should have paper ballots. We should have voter ID, and we should have proof of citizenship. Please.
Or, you know, we could use the voter registration like we have for like 100 years. You know, something like that. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
No, the gentleman in back. For who? You're going to have to talk louder, sir.
Do you support continuation of tax credits for EVs? And secondly, what sort of political or policy advice does Elon Musk give you?
Elon is a very different kind of a guy.
Kind of advice
he's
Elon
a very
gives him.
big believer in the country, but he's very worried about the country. He's very worried about the country. And I don't know if it's good for him politically to have supported me, although I think we have a vast majority of this country does support me. But Elon, more than almost anybody I know, I mean, he loves this country. He loves the concept of the country. But like me, he says this country
He loves it on paper, all right?
is in big trouble. It's in tremendous danger. Okay, please.
Polls suggest overwhelmingly that Americans trust you more than Kamala Harris to fix the U.S. economy.
I like this guy. I like him.
What message do you have to Americans, sir, who are struggling to pay for everyday
Yeah.
groceries, rent?
The polls have suggested. There are some polls that say we're going to win in a landslide. People are voting with their stomachs, meaning they're going to the grocery store. They're paying 50, 60, 70% more for food than they did just a couple of years ago. Look at what's happened to energy. Look at what's happened not only.
His solution to all of this, by the way, is to drill more oil. Drill for more oil, and that will bring the cost of gas down, and that will somehow magically make everything else cheaper in America. That's his solution to all of this, by the way. Just get more oil, stupid.
To their cars, where gasoline's gone from $1.87, and we had moments when it was below that, but it's gone from $1.87 to $5, $6, and $7. And they take the strategic national reserves and they take it out, even though it's peanuts compared, it doesn't last long. But they're virtually empty now. We've never had it this low. And he's using that to keep the gasoline prices as low as possible. He's sucked all of the oil out, essentially the gasoline, to keep the price down a little bit, and it's had very little impact. But you know what? We have no strategic national reserves now. He's emptied it. It's almost empty. It's never been this low.
It has 360 million barrels of oil in it. It's not almost empty. There's 360 million barrels of it. We're also one of the world's largest producers of oil. We're the oil country.
Low. And I had it at a good level, and I would have had it more if the Democrats would have approved the deal. You know, I had a deal to buy it at $22 a barrel, and now it's going to be close to 100 pretty soon, my opinion. And the Democrats didn't want to do that, but we bought a lot anyway, and we had it pretty good. And what they've done to the national reserves, the strategic national reserves, is, as you know very well, because you cover it, but what they've done is incredible. They've just, for the sake of getting some votes.
Keep in mind, chat, this is him going out immediately, like immediately after this. Immediately after this particular part. Can I just auto pick it?
Election's about living wages, not minimum wages, living wages, so one job you can live. Adequate health care, so when you get sick or have something go wrong, you don't have to lose your home over it. Retirement security. You know, 60% of Americans have no retirement savings. Not because they're not responsible, because by the time they pay their bills, there's nothing left. But we saw Elon Trump's always going to be a scab. But we saw Elon Musk announce that he's going to give Donald Trump $45 million a month. And all of a sudden, guess what? Donald Trump changed his tune. And let me quote what he said. I'm for electric cars. I have to be because, you know, Elon Musk endorsed me very strongly, so I have no choice. End of quote.
Anyway, he was getting roasted by Sean Fain pretty mercilessly. And he's just out here because he's big mad. Like, that's why, like, the mics aren't working. That's why, like, he's, like, his demeanor is off. Like, he's just absolutely devastated.
For the sake of having gasoline, you know, that's meant for wars. It's meant for, like, tragedy. It's not meant to keep a gasoline price down so that somebody can vote for Biden, or in this case, Kamala, who, by the way, is worse than Biden. And she's actually not as smart. Okay? She's actually not as smart. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Yeah, please. Okay.
There are other things the federal government could do, not just a ban. Would you direct your FDA, for example, to revoke access to mifepristone? That's one of the things.
Sure, you could do things that would supplement, absolutely, and those things are pretty open and humane. But you have to be able to have a vote, and all I want to do is give everybody a vote, and the votes are taking place right now as we speak. Yeah, but it's a there are many things on a humane basis that you can do outside of that. But you also have to give a vote, and the people are going to have to decide. Okay, yes, please. You. On what? No, I think she's actually not as smart as he is. I don't think he's very smart either, by the way. I'm not a big fan of his brain, but I think that she's actually not as smart as he is.
So what do you attribute her rising in the polls as becoming a more competitive race since she's taken over?
Well, she's a woman. She represents certain groups of people, but I will say this. When people find out about her, I think she'll be much less. And I see it right now. I see her going way down in the polls now. Now that people are finding out that she destroyed San Francisco, she destroyed the state of California along with Governor Gavin Newsom. He's been a terrible governor, terrible. But they did it together. And she was early. I mean, she was the first of the prosecutors, really. You know, now you see Philadelphia, you see Los Angeles, you see New York, you see various people that are very bad. But she was the first of the bad prosecutors. She was early. Who? Would you repeat that, please? No, you. Would you repeat her, what she said? You have to speak up. This room is very louder. Do you hear her?
He's pulled this in like several different appearances now where he's like struggling to hear people. Like, is this a power play for him? Is this just like tech issues, or is this like, I mean, the scuttlebutt is that they deliberately like took the mics away from the press. But I don't understand this. This is weird.
A daily press briefing? Why would I do that? I would give you all the press briefings you want. Look what I'm doing here. But why would I do a daily press? You'd get tired of me very fast. No, but I will give you total access, and you'll have a lot of press briefings, and you'll have from me. Now, are you talking about from me or from a press secretary? Well, yeah, probably they'll do something. If it's not daily, it's going to be a lot. You'll have more than you want. Yeah, please.
President Biden vowed not to pardon his son, Hunter, who is now a convicted felon and facing more felony charges in his upcoming trial for alleged tax evasion. Would you consider granting clemency or a pardon?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about it. I think it's a tragic story. You want to know the truth. And I felt that with Hillary Clinton, too. You know, with Hillary Clinton, I could have done things to her that would have made your head spin. I thought it was a very bad thing. Take the wife of a president of the United States.
What? Don't like that phrasing. Don't like that one bit.
United States and put her in jail. And then I see the way they treat me. That's the way it goes. But I was very protective of her. Nobody would understand that, but I was. I think my people understand.
Guy who had routine chance of locking up his political opponent in prison talks about how defensive he was of that opponent. Okay.
Understand it. They used to say, lock her up, and I'd say, just relax, please. We won the...
You have never done that in your life. Not once, man.
Election. I think it would be I think it would have been horrible for our country.
Oh yeah, every time it happened, I told them, hey, stop that. Stop it. You cut it out. Stop. That's what I said every time. Every time.
And we had her between the hammering of all of the files. And don't forget, she got a subpoena from the United States Congress. And then, after getting the subpoena, she destroyed everything that she was supposed to get. I thought it was so bad to take her and put her in jail, the wife of a president of the United States. And then, when it's my turn, nobody thinks that way. I thought it was a very terrible thing. And she did a lot of very bad things. I'll tell you what, she was pretty evil. But in terms of the country and in terms of unifying the country, bringing it back, to have taken her and to have put her in jail, and I think you know the things as well as I do. There were some pretty bad acts that she did. I think it would have been very bad for our country. And a lot of my people, a lot of the MAGA, as they call them, but the base. And I think the base is 75% of the country, far beyond the Republican Party, because we're
Because I imagined that. You know, sometimes when I close my eyes, I can imagine everyone in the country is part of my base. Really, I'm pretty. That's why they call me Based Donald. That's why they're all calling me Based. Sometimes when I think hard enough, I imagine 110% of the country is really my base.
Party of common sense, and I'm a person of common sense. I want to have low taxes. I want to have strong borders. I want to have a strong military so that China and Russia, look, they've allowed China and Russia to do the impossible combined. They're natural enemies. They always have been, because China needs more land and Russia has it. They've always been natural enemies, and because of Obama, it started with him, and then Biden, because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. They've now become one force, and then now they're adding Iran to it, and they're adding North Korea to it. Pretty powerful force. This is something that is
Obama and Joe Biden created the Russia, China, North Korea, Iran axis of evil, I guess? Like, all right, bro. I could listen to him talk about geopolitics for hours.
Unthinkable that they allowed to happen. Oh, it's going to end. The honeymoon period's going to end. Look.
So, for those of you who couldn't hear, that reporter just asked, hey, so the Kamala Harris campaign is doing pretty well right now, and you've described that as a honeymoon period. But what if that honeymoon period doesn't end? And he's no, people will stop liking them. Here's how, okay? First, Tim Walz is gonna step outside and slip on a banana peel, okay? Comedically, right into a large-chested woman, and then she is gonna Me Too him, okay? And then Kamala Harris is going to come out as an isekai protagonist from another world, all right? Who doesn't actually know our ways, and that's gonna be enough to really turn the weeb demographic against her, okay? And that's why people are gonna stop liking them. It's gonna be some like random shit. I think I nailed that prediction.
She's got a little period. She's got a convention coming up. It's about policy. It's not about her. I think she's incompetent because I've watched her. She destroyed California. She destroyed San Francisco. Everything she's touched has turned to bad things. I'm not going to use foul language, but.
Like what? What foul language are you planning to use? I'm curious. What foul language were you planning to use for Kamala Harris, Donald?
Everything she's touched has turned bad. She's incompetent. The reason she's
Kamala Harris deliberately triggered the San Andreas fault. I'm sorry you all had to find out this way. California is gone. It has been for the last decade. It's been an elaborate psyop to kind of cover up its existence.
She's not doing what I do, and she's not doing what she should be doing. She won't even do interviews with friendly people because she can't do better than Biden. Now, he had a reason for not doing well. And he was never, 25 years ago, the sharpest or brightest bulb in the ceiling. That I can tell you, okay? He wasn't. But he could do interviews at least. Not late.
You know, I hear Kamala Harris was the one who initially lit the Hindenburg on fire. You know, I just hear it. You know, she's done a lot of bad stuff, okay? Like, you know, do we know her whereabouts when the Hindenburg went up in flames? Do we? Do we? All right. You know, I heard she was on the Enola Gay, and she said some pretty awful things after dropping that bomb. Yeah, she was also, she was actually the second shooter at the Lincoln assassination. A lot of people don't talk about this, but it's pretty common knowledge. She was standing on the grassy knoll outside.
He couldn't, perhaps. But she should be doing interviews. She doesn't want to do interviews. And the reason she doesn't is, number one, her policies are so bad. Just to answer your question, I think that it's not going to change because it's really ultimately not about her as much as about her policies.
John Wilkes Booth, Kamala's dead name. Oh, no.
Policies. She wants open borders. She wants to defund the police. She wants to defund the police. She wants to take away your guns. Anybody that thinks they're not going to come after your guns, you know, when I was president, I totally protected the guns. And I think it's very important. And I know I take some heat sometimes for it, but you have to have safety. You have to have, when the bad guy walks in with a gun, you got to have some way of protecting yourself. And boy, that.
Yeah, you know, this guy really looks anti-gun to me. You know, this guy in particular, he just looks like he hates guns with a passion. You know, this guy over here, he wants to ban guns. 100%. Yeah, the vice presidential pick of Tim Walz, the guy who routinely wins bipartisan sharpshooting competitions in Minnesota, wants to ban guns. Compelling argument, Donnie.
Would be, you would see crime go up at levels that you've never seen. When people say on this side of the house, this house has guns, we will use the guns, they say, let's pass, we'll go someplace else. You have to have them. And for 4 years, and you know, as you know, the NRA endorsed me very powerfully every time I ran, every time. My sons are members, and I guess indirectly I'm a member too, but they gave me the strongest of.
What do you mean indirectly you're a member? You're either a member or you're not. You can't indirectly be a member of the NRA, my guy.
Endorsements.
He never signed up to be a member of the NRA. Oh my God.
And that's against very strong competition. People that, you know, felt the same way. No, you have to have you have to have that right. Our Second Amendment is a very important right, and it has to be protected. Okay, how about?
But not by me. I have bone spurs. Okay, I couldn't protect anything because of the bone spurs. Yeah.
How about you? Go ahead. Yeah. So there are some of the most brilliant people on Wall Street that are saying that if President Trump doesn't win, you're going to have a depression. I happen to agree. I think that's true. Because I know how bad these people are.
Echo Sirius, thank you so much for the raid. We are covering the most clownish press conference I've ever seen in my life. I hope if you guys haven't seen this, Pull up a seat, get some water, you know? Get comfortable, because you're about to see some shit. Also, Cyrus, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream went well. And we should do a collab sometime. Hey, Sakuranyan. Is this the enemies within and enemies without press conference? Basically, yeah. That was for you, Forlorn. I do need to hydrate. I will be right back. Oh. Daddy. That's for you, Malachi. Socialist Malachi, not any other Malachi. All right. Welcome, folks. Drink your water. Oh, God. Has not finished swallowing. Whew. Axolotls with cream. Wait, does that imply that you're eating the axolotls? That's sad. Yeah, honestly, I want to get, like, merch like this. Okay? Where can I get merch that will allow me to have, like, custom Riverboat Jack, just gigantic, like, I don't even, do you call this a mug? I don't even know what you call this. Oof. I found it at a garage sale. Would you call this a beer stein? Like, it looks like a beer stein, but just like a flagon. Would you call it a flagon? Glass stein, yeah. Tankard. I just call it big cup. Big cup. All right, let's go. Back once more into the breach, my friends.
You know, they like to say that they did this and that. You saw the 7 trillion that they said it was me for 7 trillion. It wasn't me. It was them. They said that I had inflation. They took over 9% inflation. No, I had 1% inflation. I had actually no inflation because if you look at the categories, we had just about no inflation. But I had a very minor, I actually had a positive inflation. It was a perfect number because you don't want zero.
Thank you, Lady Ringcliffe.
I mean, I'm not going to give you a whole course on economics, but you don't want zero.
Bro, I really want Donald Trump to, I really want Donald Trump to teach me a course on economics. I would love to see him do that. I would love it. Give me the Trump University economics course, Donald. Please.
1%, 1.4% is great. You want a little bit because you don't want to have deflation. Deflation is, in many ways, even worse. I had a perfect number right around the 1% number. It was perfect. And to show you, it stayed there for 2 years. And then he did all of the different borrowings that he did. And then he did so many things wrong. Every time he would do it, I'd say, big mistake. And don't forget, they sell hats and they sell stories. Trump was right about everything. I have been right about a lot. Yes, Maggie.
Ooh, put it in the freezer? That's a good idea.
Well, we had a commission like other people do, and it's always complicated and it's always controversial. And we had commissions that, and I think of respected people, you know many of the people on the commission, and they would recommend.
PSW, the Shadow Wolf. Thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it.
Recommend to me certain pardons for certain people. Some people were treated very harshly. A fantastic woman, as you know, she served 24 years for being on a phone call having to do with drugs. You know who I'm talking about. She was great. And she had another 24 years to go. And it was largely about marijuana, which in many cases is now legalized, okay? But we had many very highly regarded people on a commission, and they'd recommend, and they'd put a reason why. Some people were, served time, but they served a lot of time for something that today people wouldn't even serve time by.
What are you waffling about, man? Like, what is this?
Well, for the most part, I think they did. I mean, they did. They go through. They went through. I had a commission. It was a very important commission to me, and highly respected people. And frankly, they came up with some decisions that I wouldn't necessarily.
How's my mic so good? I have a gate on it. Also, I really like the Shure interface I have for my mic. Like I got a new interface and it's helped a lot. It has some really good digital settings on it. Would recommend the Shure V2, I think it's called. The mic itself is amazing, but the interface is actually really good too.
I agree with, but I did it. But I let a lot of people out that had no representation. I went to people in jails, in prison that
we have about 6 minutes of this left. We're almost there. We're so close.
We respected. I said, how many of these people should be let out? We let out large groups of low-income people that were serving like 40 years for something that today you wouldn't even be put in jail for. We had very few people let out because I said I really don't want to let people out where they had a lot of violence, where they had killing, et cetera, et cetera. And for the most part, we didn't do that. Yeah, please. On defense? Or the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve. Right. Well, look, the Federal Reserve is a very interesting thing, and it's sort of gotten it wrong a lot. And
oh God, is he going to come out as being anti-Federal Reserve and make like Ben Shapiro come as jeans? Like what's about to happen here?
He's tending to be a little bit late on things. He gets a little bit too early and a little bit too late. And, that's very largely it's a gut feeling. I believe it's really a gut feeling. And I used to have it out with him. I had it out with him a couple of times very strongly. I fought him very hard. And, we get along fine. We get along fine. But I feel the president should have at least say in there. Yeah, I feel that strongly. I think that in my case, I made a lot of money. I was very successful. And I think I have a better instinct than, in many cases, people that would be on the Federal Reserve or the chairman. Yeah.
People going to prison for marijuana.
Yeah.
Harris supports rescheduling marijuana and also says that no one should go to prison for marijuana offense. Do you agree with that position?
Well, as we legalize it, I start to agree a lot more because, it's being illegalized all over the country. Florida has something coming up. I'll be making a statement about that fairly soon. But as we legalize it throughout the country, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's awfully hard to have people all over the jails that are in jail right now for something that's legal. So I think, obviously, there's a lot of sentiment to doing that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Kamala Harris
Well, you'll have to ask her that question because she's the one.
Oh God. You're asking Donald Trump about how Kamala Harris recently decided to be black? Are you kidding me? Her dad's from Jamaica, guys. What is this? Like, no, really. Is this like white Republicans not understanding? Like how that like mixed race people exist? Is this is like is this anti-mixed racism? Like what is this? Like I'm genuinely asking, is this because like they're really dumb? Or are they just playing dumb because it facilitates the attack? Was that an actual question from an actual press person? Seriously? Yes. They are very stupid. Yeah, I guess, you know. It's simultaneously both. It's Schrodinger's moron. I understand. Thank you. Free from the 10-minute waiting period. Now I can share my advice on a topic that's already passed. Don't look up Trump inflation without strict safe search on. Oh God, cute dark arts. It sounds like you encountered just dark arts minus the cute. They're making the false claim that Harris only identified as Indian until a certain point when it made sense to identify as black for political reasons. I guess the long game. They're just racist? Yeah.
One that said it. I didn't say it. So you'll have to ask her, and I very much appreciate that question, but you'll have to ask her.
I appreciate you asking me about the race of another person in this race.
But I've known her for a long time. I actually contributed to her campaign a long time ago because I was a developer. I contributed to lots of campaigns of Democrats, Republicans, and some were liberal and some were conservative. But you'll have to ask her about that. But to me, it doesn't matter. But to her, from her standpoint, I think it's very disrespectful to both, really. Whether it's Indian or black, I think it's very disrespectful to both. To me, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean? She's both of those things. It's very disrespectful for this Indian woman to talk about being Indian and also to talk about being black. Guys, Kamala Harris is going to destroy this guy. By the end of this campaign, he is going to be shattered both physically, mentally, and emotionally. Like, on every conceivable level, he will be a broken man. Because I need to remind you all, this is where he's at, like, 2 days into her actually campaigning with a running mate. We're 2 days in. Over 90 more to go. It's really coming off as a Kendrick versus Drake beef. True.
Please, red dress. Yeah, pretty much recovered. Yeah, I'm a fast healer.
Oh man, he's basically like Wolverine. Wait a minute. Wolverine. That reminds me. Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe, say it ain't true. Say it ain't true, Joe.
A hell of a shot, but I'm a fast healer. Yeah, pretty much recovered.
Do you have any hearing damage from it?
No, it didn't hit that. I got very lucky. It just hit the lobe, as they call it.
Is there a scar?
As they call it, the lobe. The lobe, people, the lobe.
Yeah, a little bit, not much. On top.
On immigration,
A little bit.
An immigration question. You've been running on the idea of mass deportation. You said the biggest in American history is basically.
Yeah.
When Senator Vance has been asked about that, he sort of suggested that really you only need to go after people who've been convicted of crime.
Well, we're starting that, yeah.
What are you really talking about here? How do you pay for it?
We are going to start the largest mass deportation in the history of our country because we have no...
You know what? I do love that reporter did try to add, how are you going to pay for the largest mass deportation in American history? Good question.
No choice. It's not sustainable. And we are going to start with violent criminals, and we're going to start then with criminals. And our local police is going to work with us because they know everything about the people. They know their names. They know everything about them. They know their middle name. They know their numbers. And as you know, the other side is trying. You know, look, for years I wondered, why are they allowing these people to come in at levels like this? It was incredible. And I said two reasons. They're either really stupid, and I don't believe they're stupid, because anybody that can cheat on elections like they cheat is not stupid. Or, in the alternative, they have bad motives or they hate our country. And I used to think they hate our country. But lately I've seen where they're trying to sign these people up to vote. And they have to stop. They cannot.
You can't sign up a non-citizen to vote. Like, you can't, that's not a thing you can do. There's not a mechanism for that, man.
Not let illegal immigrants vote in this upcoming election.
They literally can't. Guys, I don't know if you remember this, but back in like 2018, 2017 or so, Donald Trump put together a commission to find illegal voting. He put Chris Kobach from Kansas in charge of it. They spent like 2 years trying to find voter fraud before quietly and unsuccessfully closing down, having found exactly nothing. Donald Trump put someone he handpicked for this job in charge of finding voter fraud. You know, the supposedly millions upon millions upon millions of undocumented immigrants that are coming into the country to vote. They didn't find any. They didn't find any. How this lie continues to be perpetuated by them on no actual fact whatsoever is beyond me. You're getting new Beyblades in today? Oh, fuck yeah, that sounds great.
One more question. Go ahead, one more.
Weren't there a few Republicans they pinched in that? Yeah. But like 3.
Get a good one, please.
Regarding Social Security taxes for seniors,
Right.
experts say that the policy could increase the deficit by $1.6 trillion. So how would it work?
We have so many ways of making money.
He's talking, they're asking about Social Security again, and I need to remind you, we have a really easy way of doing that, and that's by removing the cap, the Social Security cap that caps out how much you pay into Social Security at like after you hit surpass $168,000 per year or something. You don't pay any more into the Social Security. So we just remove the cap, so millionaires are actually paying their fair share. Make Social Security solvent. No cap. That'll be a hit with the kids. Skibbity, Ohio. Donald Trump is very skibbity, Ohio. There we go. Nailed it. That'll resonate with the Gen Alpha viewers, all right?
In this country, we're not going to affect our Social Security. We're not changing it. And I proved that over 4 years. And we're going to do it. It's very unfair to people. They spend their life and they're great citizens and they pay in. We're not going to charge tax to Social Security, the seniors. We're not going to do it. We're not going to charge. And also tax. I say.
What is that from? Apparently, I learned this only today. Gen Alpha kids right now are talking about they're using skibbity as as slang for like bad, and Ohio as like slang for weird. And apparently acoustic is a way of saying like, oh, they're special, you know? So, yeah, if something's very skibbity Ohio, it's very bad and weird. There we go. Nailed it. Look, I have nothing against Ohio. This is just what the kids are saying, okay? I gotta connect with the youth.
The two things, we're going to have no tax on seniors, Social Security, and we're going to have no tax on tips. Very simple. And we are a country that has so many different ways to make money. We have under our feet more liquid gold, I call it oil, and gas.
Please stop talking about liquid gold. Please stop talking about liquid gold. We all know about the alleged P-tape, okay? Whenever you say liquid gold, it just makes all of our brains think about you getting pissed on. That's it, okay? That's all we can think about. When you call it liquid gold repeatedly, man.
Than any country in the world, much more than Saudi Arabia, much more than Russia. We have so many different ways we can make money. We're not going to hurt our seniors with Social Security, and we're not going to charge them tax, okay? We should not have sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities is a way of protecting criminals, and we should not have sanctuary cities. And if you go to California, and I know it well, I have property out there, great property. If you go to
Great property, please buy it. I can't get rid of it fast enough.
California, and you ask the people of California, do they like the idea of sanctuary cities? They don't like it. They're tired of it. They're tired of crime. They're tired of what's happened to our country. Our country's become a crime-ridden mess, and we're going to stop it on November 5th. Thank you very much.
How you going to do that?
Much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
I said, how are you going to do that? Who the fuck is applauding him? What? It's a press conference. You don't have an audience. There's just press there. Amazing. Amazing, amazing stuff. Why are they clapping? Because you know which reporters he let in there. It's the most sycophantic ones. Well, we finally made it through. And I think we can safely say that is probably the maddest Donald Trump has ever been. My guy over here was livid from word one, and he just proceeded to ramble, to stick his foot in his mouth. I don't think he remembered Tim Walz's name once throughout that entire thing. He just called him that guy. That guy that I won't name. He's really upset. And you know what? I get it. I get it. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, in the space of like a week and a half, have utterly decimated all of his plans for the next 3 months. He's, oh man, he is donezo. And I don't know why it took us like 3 hours to get through that, but I hope it was a worthwhile journey for all of you, because I had a lot of fun. And I hope you all had a lot of fun too. And if you're having fun, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos, because that's how I'm able to eat and pay rent. Without you guys, I would perish alone and dejected in the gutter. Like your skull candies? Yeah, they're really great. I actually have another pair. And I use this for, these are my workout headphones. I can't do earbuds. They just pop right out. Now Jack needs subs, and no, not that type. He really needed someone to couch him for that conference. Oh, God. I didn't have fun. You forcefully subjected us to torture for 3 hours. Well, look, I've called off the snipers. You can stop now. I miss him already. Are you sure about that? Are you sure you want to throw that out there? Are you sure you want to? Do we miss him already? Has Donald Trump been away too long? Has the ride stopped being as entertaining as you'd hope?
What's going on here?
Because we're not done. No, we're not done. I'm not done with you guys yet. Do you secretly like Aiden Ross? No, I think he's really weird. I think when he sniffs people's chairs, that's pretty gross and weird. I think he's probably deeply disturbed. Let's see. But yeah, please consider dropping subs, donos, super chats, memberships. All of that makes this show possible. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm about to be tortured? Because that's part of the torture. Hey! Sniffing chairs is so sexy, though. Look, only if you're JD Vance. Oh, you know what? You know what? I take it back. JD Vance and Aiden Ross. They're like this, okay? They're doing the predator handshake over their love of certain kinds of chairs. I am gonna go fill up my water. Oh, Gamer G. Sooner than you can possibly imagine. I will be back in a couple minutes. I need to use the bathroom because, again, been going for 5 hours. And this thing is really... It has a lot of capacity, okay? This is a lot of water. All right, folks. BRB. While I'm gone, consider supporting stream.
And imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
Who we can be unburdened by who we have been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? What could be unburdened by what had been? What can be unburdened by what has 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 been? Unburdened by what has been, believing in what can be. What can be unburdened by what has been? 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 What could be unburdened by what had been? What can be unburdened by what has 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 been? What can be, what should be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? See what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? Unburdened by what has been and knowing what can be. Have a sense of vision about what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? What could be unburdened by what had been? What can be unburdened by what has been? What can be unburdened by what has been? Where we can be unburdened by where we have been. What was possible unburdened by what has been? What can be 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 unburdened by what has been? That can be unburdened by what has been. There are those who are unable to see what can be, but there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been? 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 I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All the trees you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be
imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
I'm back. I'm sorry I left you in silence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Do you believe that Kamala is currently hiding her power level in Palestine? Yeah. I did a bit of a segment earlier, but like I don't think you pick Tim Walz, a guy who wrote his master's thesis on understanding that the Holocaust isn't an isolated event and needs to be understood as like a process of radicalizing a population to accept genocide. I don't think you get that guy as your VP pick if you aren't planning to do anything about Gaza. Coconut tree? We were unburdened, so it's forgivable. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you all understand. All right. Now, I can't in good faith guarantee you that I'm going to be able to make it through this upcoming section. So I'm going to give you a bit of a summary here. There's a man named Aiden Ross. And Aiden Ross is famous for being a sycophant influencer in the orbit of Andrew Tate. And he is also famous for sniffing the chair of Andrew Tate. Which he did on stream in front of the camera. There's video of him doing it. And unfortunately, it's been lost to time. And by it's been lost to time, I mean that I have it. I have that footage, and I'm sorry. Yes, it is unfortunately all too real. And I'll be you know what, I'll help you. I'll help you unwind this, okay? I have a couple of clips for you to just kind of I don't know, demonstrate what's going on with Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross. Let's just see here. All right.
Not playing
Here we go.
around this time. I'm 22. You know what I mean? And it took me a while to understand that. And you know, I did.
Keep in mind, Andrew Tate has just left the room.
And I just want to say, bro, I think I'm ready, bro. I do. I'm, you know what I'm saying? I think at the end of the day, I want to let you guys know that, you know, I love you guys. You guys are my family, and I got to prove to you guys that not playing around this time.
Yeah. you know, a normal thing to do. Also, and this you don't need to know. It's not really at all relevant. It just kind of goes to show that he's a really big weirdo.
I feel sick. I woke up with.
And you guys really aren't prepared for
sick.
where
I woke
this
up
is
with
going.
a sore throat, but I have a feeling it's actually because I've been eating my toes. So I looked it up, guys. When you bite your toes and shit, it can cause infection in your throat. Did you guys know that? So I called urgent care, and they basically instructed me to start wearing socks because it'll force me to basically not bite my toes. So if you guys could just remind me to put socks on, that'd be great.
So, in case you didn't understand what happened there, Aiden Ross eats his toenails on stream, which means that he sucks his own toes a lot. And apparently he has sucked and bitten his toenails so much that he has developed throat infections. This sounds like it's happened more than one time. That's... One time is too many on that one, Aiden. You're an adult man. You're like almost a quarter of a century old. Now, you might say, but Jack, why do people watch this Aiden Ross fellow? Maybe does he have any redeeming qualities? And the answer is no. He's also extremely stupid. And you might think I'm being mean or like I'm being uncharitable to him. Here's Aiden Ross learning what fascism means.
What does a fascist mean? It means you are a far right authorization on ultra analyst political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mussolini and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard in my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist? Yo!
Anyway, this cannot be real. He is unfortunately a real man. And also, he got Donald Trump to appear on his stream for over an hour. So, guy who sucks his toes so much he gets throat infections and had to call the ER, who told him to just wear some fucking socks so he doesn't suck his toes. Got the former president of the United States on his stream.
What's going on here? What's going on?
Well, today is going to be the most important stream I've ever done, first of all.
Wow.
And I want to say thank you for doing this, seriously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Get some good ratings today.
We're going to get some good ratings. Everyone thought this was going to be fake today, but, we proved them wrong. So.
No, you're right in the living room of Mar-a-Lago, which I don't allow this to be ever done. So you're the first, just about.
Yeah, what a homey living area.
Thank you.
And we'll have a little fun today.
Let's
and
do
my
it.
son Barron says hello. He's a great young guy, but he's a big fan of yours.
What's up, Baron?
Oh, God. You know, we had some hope that Barron Trump wouldn't wind up being real, or wouldn't wind up being, like, weird. Unfortunately, it seems that he has become an Aiden Ross viewer, and, like, I gotta be honest with you guys. if you are a college-aged man and you're watching Aiden Ross, you have no chance. Okay? You're done. All right? You have forfeited your ability to progress as an adult. All right? You are forever locked into like man childhood. All right? It's over for you. You know, God cannot reach your soul.
Yeah, Baron's awesome. He's a great kid. Amazing. He's tall. Very tall.
He's tall. Good student.
Yeah. He's very smart. I'll tell you that.
He's so tall. I love that the #1 quality that Baron Trump has is that he's tall. Good job.
I do want to first off, say this. Everyone in the chat, everyone in this room, everyone loves you. And I just want to say you're a true hero for this country, and I really appreciate you. And yeah, I'm really thrilled we could do this today.
I'm so happy now that I'm doing it. give me a. That's great.
So do you know what live streaming is on these platforms?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
More or less.
I don't think I've ever seen Donald Trump look so uncomfortable or so old at the same time.
The new wave.
It's the new wave. It's the new wave. I'm gonna explain it to you, all right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna show you this chat right now. Let me show you this. So this is the live chat. Right. So you already broke the website in 5 minutes.
Oh really?
Yeah,
wow.
You broke it. The chat wasn't working, but we ended up fixing it. It's just very slow. Everyone in the chat say hello.
Part of the problem is if I turn the volume up, the volume is very variable in here. So like, Donald Trump is very quiet. Aiden Ross is very loud.
Guys can put hi in the chat, and W's mean it's good. W means win. Yeah. Good. Yep. So they're putting W's and stuff. Yep. W Trump. All right. So yeah, everyone is just super thrilled.
You're gonna have big ratings today. I can see it.
Yeah, I want to break 1 million. I think we could do it.
Oh good. Oh, you'd do much more.
You think so?
Oh God. Is it because they have the boom mic and Donald Trump keeps looking away to look at Aiden Ross? And so like it's doing like the bit from Singing in the Rain. Are we really like at that level right now? That was a deep cut for all of you gays out there, okay? All of you musical theater gays, you know what I mean.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. Elon actually already he commented on the X post that I went live already.
Well, Elon is a great guy.
Yeah, he's great.
He's really a fantastic person. Little imagination he's got, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got the directional mic.
Yeah.
Everything. He's a fantastic guy.
He's great. So let's get started today. Let's have some fun.
Let's go.
We'll touch base on some topics, and then we'll do some fun stuff.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Oh man, we're really gonna get him with the hard hitting questions, Aiden. Like, what's a fascism?
Cool. Let's have a good time. All right. Well, the first thing is, the reason why I really wanted to make this stream happen is because there's a lot of people that are first-time voters watching today. Mm-hmm. And I want to make it very clear to everybody that you're a human being. You're a great human being. And I want you to basically talk in this camera, talk to them and explain why it's very important as a first-time voter to go out and vote and why they should vote for you.
I'd love to do that, and I love having a young audience. This is young. I think you have some oldsters, too, because I also know some oldsters that are listening and watching. But it's about the American
Yeah, those classic oldsters.
dream. Right now, you don't have the American dream. We have a
three
country
geese in a
that's
trench
not
coat.
respected, a country that's being laughed at, a country that just a little while ago were having a stock market explosion in a negative way as opposed to a positive way. And that's been happening for quite a while.
Yes, all those positive stock market explosions,
It's been simmering and really happening for quite a while. And we're going to...
I just want to really reiterate here that Aiden Ross is like a millionaire and Donald Trump is like a super millionaire. So like the fact that the audio is this bad is really something.
Make this country so strong and so great. And when you're ready for your job, you're going to get a great job, so you can make the kind of money this guy's making, maybe even more if that's possible. Right?
I'm trying to get like you, boss.
But you'll love your life and you'll be successful. And at a young age, it's really wonderful to think about the American dream. And with Kamala and Joe, I took him out. We had a debate, and the debate didn't go so well for him. And they sort of, what they did, it was really a coup of somebody. He had 14 million votes, he had it, and all of a sudden they went.
Yeah, they really cooed him. Somebody should investigate that coup and get that Joe Biden back in. I really miss that guy.
Went to him and they said, we don't want you running anymore. And it's sort of like a prize fight from my standpoint. Here you're focused on this one man, and all of a sudden you're fighting somebody else. But she's actually worse than he is, and you're starting to see that. I think people are going to see that it's going to be very evident. So go out. We want the American dream. We're going to give you the American dream, and you're going to be real happy. Thank you.
I have another question. And again, Mr. President, I'm not really fully into politics, but I'm getting there, and I do want to make this very clear as well.
I'm not fully into politics. I just bumbled my way into interviewing the former president.
It's on my mind. Back when I was I went to high school in California, okay?
Right.
And a lot of the teachers were basically at the time, this is your first term. They were telling me how horrible of a person you are and all these things, and the teachers, you're not supposed to do that. It's inappropriate to have teachers, discuss politics in school. But it's becoming really normal for a lot of teachers, and you're a kid, when you're a kid, your brain is like a sponge.
That's true.
So I want to know what your thoughts on that, kind of the corruption in the school.
Yeah, all of his teachers really taught him a lot about politics. That's why he knew what a fascism was.
School system, in a way, they're teaching some pretty bad stuff in there.
It's been brainwashed to a certain extent. Even the teachers have been brainwashed. They've learned from a long time.
What the fuck is the background? This is green screen? No, this is just Mar-a-Lago. This is just what Donald Trump's living room looks like. This man of the people.
Long before me, this liberal way, or now they call it progressive. They don't like the term liberal. You're not allowed to use that anymore, so I usually use it. But this liberal way that they have, and it's a bad thing for the country. We want to have borders. We want to have low taxes. We want to have great schools, really.
Yeah, this is at Mar-a-Lago, non-aesthetic witch.
And learn and be successful and have a wonderful life and all of that, but we want to have a good.
Yeah, they're literally holding little mugshot signs. This guy's holding the sign upside down. This lady doesn't know what year it is.
Military, so we can protect ourselves.
Of course.
From some bad players. You got some bad players out there. And it's interesting. During my 4 years, we had no war. Other than we had nothing. Everybody
looks like
was
green screen. Trump doesn't need to green screen
opposite.
this.
North Korea.
This is just the house he lives in.
I remember Barack Obama was telling me, the biggest problem we have is North Korea. I didn't have a problem with North Korea.
No.
Big nuclear presence. I didn't have a problem. The only war we had was already started long ago, and that was ISIS, and I defeated them in a very short amount of time.
I remember.
Very quickly. And we had no wars under the Trump administration, and that's a great thing. That's a really.
We had no wars under the Trump administration. Ignore the fact that I just bragged about sending troops to defeat ISIS.
Great thing. It was, I think, 82 years since that's happened. And we won't have wars again, but we could have a war before we even get there. That's the problem. We have a number of months. We have 4 months, and the election's starting very soon, and I guess 5 months before you actually get in. And
yeah, if this was green screen, they'd have much better audio, okay? They'd be in a studio.
a lot of damage can be done in 5 months by incompetent people. We have very incompetent people right now. And I'm not saying that out of happiness. I'm saying that out of sadness, because our country's in tremendous danger, not only of stock market crashes or depressions or whatever it may be. It's a tremendous military danger. We have Israel's blowing up, the Middle East is blowing up, Russia's going wild with Ukraine, and things are out of control, and we have nobody that knows how to talk. We have nobody that knows. I was watching when Russia was thinking about going in, and they never would have done it with me. They never, and they didn't. But they never, after I got in, they started loading up the border. I thought he was doing it for negotiation purposes. And Biden said all of the wrong things, everything wrong. And ultimately, they attacked, and they wouldn't have done that if I were president. So we got to get back in and get it straightened out.
Definitely.
We'll get that one worked out.
100%.
A lot of people dying.
Yeah, it's a lot of innocent lives being lost. You know, you had mentioned, the stock market crashing. I don't know if you obviously, I saw the post you made on your app, Truth. You know, what I just saw yesterday and the day before, I'm in crypto and I'm in stocks myself. And I couldn't believe what's going on. You know, you have Japan, you have...
I don't know when the funny part happens, Vox Syndicate.
Everybody just
Good night, Dragonfly.
falling. And I want to ask you, how do we basically get it back up and flowing and back up and running? and and what's causing this?
Yeah, teach your economics course here, Donald. You were just talking in your speech tonight about how you didn't want to teach a whole economics course. So we know you have that vast economic knowledge in your brain. Teach poor young Aiden how to fix the stock market and crypto.
Well, right now you have no confidence. You have somebody that now is taking over from Biden because he just wants to stay in bed all day. He can't get up. He wants to stay in bed. It was a fraud. They tried to tell people he was competent. He knew what he was doing. And in the debate, he was adjudged to be not so good.
Yeah.
But you can go back 4 years, too. He campaigned from his basement. He didn't campaign. I said, where is this guy during COVID? They used COVID as an excuse not to let him talk.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a fraud, and everybody knew it, and they knew it strongly. And we're going to get it going again. We have to get it going again. They put us in a very bad position. The worst thing is we have probably, I think, Aiden, 20 million people came into our country with open borders, and many come from prisons. And you can be a liberal, and your people can be, but coming from some of the meanest prisons all over the world, not just South America, from all over the world, from the Congo and Africa, they come from all over the world, they're coming, and they're releasing their prisoners into the United States. Now, you can be a liberal guy, you can be progressive as anybody in the world, and you can't think that's a positive thing. No. They're coming out of mental institutions, they're pouring into the United States, and they're hurting and damaging our country, and they're killing our people. And the crime rate with what you're talking about and what we're talking about, we call it migrant crime. It's a new form of crime, and it's a very violent crime. And it's going to take on...
Oh, it's a new form of crime. Yes, no one has ever crossed a border and done a crime before. Don't ask the settlers and the pilgrims in America what they did.
Proportions, the likes of which this country has never seen before. And remember, these people are just getting accustomed. These are people coming out of mental institutions, prisons and jails, and many terrorists. We're having record numbers of terrorists coming in. So I'm talking, I assume, mostly to a young audience. But a young audience, no matter where they're coming from, they can't be happy about this.
No, they can't. Jobs are being taken, a lot of crime. So what President Trump, what do we do to fix that issue? What if I happen to be born in another country and I want to come the right way? How would that work?
Well, that's what we want. We want people to come in, but they have to come in through a system, through a legal system. And one of the things that's unfair is we have hundreds of thousands of people that have applied to come in, and this administration doesn't talk to them.
Right.
But if they walk through the southern border, they have no problem getting in. I don't even know why they're doing this, but some people are waiting 10 years to come in, and they've studied, they learned all about the United States, about our Constitution, about everything, and they're not being let in, and we're allowing people to come in from...
Yeah, that's what claiming asylum is, bud. When people legally claim asylum, they don't have to come over at a crossing. That's not how asylum works.
Really rough places, really bad places. And they come in through caravans, and these caravans have 10, 20, 30,000 people. And they're pouring through Mexico.
That's crazy.
And Mexico was great when I was there. They were helping us. I had stay in Mexico. You can imagine what that is. That means you have to stay in Mexico. You can't come into this country until we approve you. They gave it up.
They didn't, actually. Unfortunately. They should. But Joe Biden unfortunately kept that practice. Thanks, Joe.
Now they just walk right in. Wow. They had catch and release. We had catch and release. That's you catch a criminal and you release him into our country. I said, no. We catch a criminal and we release him into Mexico. I think you feel better about that.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's one of those things. There's so many things. They are so bad. It's like amateur night. It's either amateur night or they want to destroy our country.
Right. Do you what do you think about what's going on in Venezuela? The whole situation out there.
Well, I know it very well, and Venezuela is right now.
Guys, basically everything he's saying right now is a lie. There's a reason why in the last speech that we covered of his that was about an hour long, it wound up taking 3 hours to get through. Because he lies nonstop.
Being run by a dictator, where we were enemies with Venezuela. Venezuela was going to collapse, and people could have gone back to Venezuela. They're in our country now. They've released tremendous numbers of criminals into our country. If you look at Caracas, it was known for being a very dangerous city, and now it's very safe. In fact, the next interview we'll do it in Caracas, Venezuela, because it's safer than many of our cities after they've released their criminals into all of our cities.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm kidding.
I know.
You know, the reason I have to say that, because the fake news media knows that too, but they'll say, he suggested they go to Venezuela. You know, they are so bad, it's hard to believe. But anyway, so Venezuela, they're
Amazing banter while the audio is just so horrendous.
crime is down 72% because they've taken their criminal elements, which are large. It was a very dangerous place, especially Caracas and the different cities, and they've moved them into the United States of America. I know you're very happy. I know that your mother and father must be thrilled when they hear that.
Yeah.
Who happen to be here, I believe.
They are. They're right over there. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad.
Are you thrilled with what they're doing? I don't think so. No. I don't think they're thrilled. I don't think so. So their crime rate is down 72%.
Right.
Because they're drug dealers, they're criminals, they're murderers, they're rapists. Everything's being moved into the United States. And soon they will have moved all of their criminals into the U.S. They won't have crime.
That's not how crime works. Also, this isn't happening. Like, it's incredible how he can just say this over and over and over again, but it's not happening. Again, we know this because we have statistics and such, and it turns out immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than the native-born population. I.e., Americans born here are far more likely to do crimes than people not born here. We know that already. That's just established fact.
So that's why I say we'll go to Venezuela for our next interview. Okay. It's a very serious problem. I mean, honestly, what they're doing to this country, they're destroying our country, Aiden. They're destroying stupid people. He's not a smart man. He wasn't smart 35 years ago. He wasn't smart 20 years ago. And now he's really not smart.
No.
And you saw that from the debate. I mean, he's really gone down the tubes.
Again, he's not running against Joe Biden anymore.
And she couldn't even pass her law exam. She couldn't pass her bar exam. And I'm not saying that because I know other people didn't pass their bar exam.
She passed her bar exam. What are you talking about?
But she thought she'd never be able to pass it. And this is who we have running our country. It's a shame. She's ultra-left, ultra-radical. I just see where 99 vicious terrorists, when she was, I guess, Attorney General, because she was Attorney General of California, she destroyed California. Her policies have destroyed California. Her policies, when she was the district attorney, have destroyed San Francisco. San Francisco was the best city in our country 20 years ago. And now it's, not even, frankly, it's not even livable. We have to bring our cities back. We're going to have to focus on bringing...
It's not livable? You can't live there? I think a lot of people might disagree.
Our cities back.
It's actually really sad. You know, I lived in California for a long time. Even Los Angeles, it's not safe. It's not safe. Everyone I know that lives in multi-million-dollar homes that do what I do, content, they're getting robbed. They're getting robbed. The police don't really they're not active out there as they are in some other states, and it's really sad. And I agree.
But like the police don't stop people from getting robbed. The police have never done that. Like. I don't know, guys. My car got broken into last night. Like, it happens. Shit happens. I don't keep valuable stuff in my car. You're welcome to try and break into my Subaru Forester, I guess. I don't think there was anything interesting in there. And you know what wouldn't have stopped that from happening? If there were more police in my area. Wouldn't have stopped that. Wouldn't have. Would a police officer have stopped it if they had directly viewed the event occurring? Sure, maybe. But people don't generally do crimes right in front of police officers.
I saw a video in San Francisco where people just walk into a Louis Vuitton and an Apple store and just loot, and leave like nothing ever happened. It's crazy.
They loot, and not only that, they have like $1,000 or $1,500, where she started, where she won't even prosecute if it's less than $1,500.
Wow.
So you see these people go in with like calculators, and they're adding the stuff that they're stealing because they won't be prosecuted. So that if they get nabbed, they say, no, it's less than whatever it is, $1,000.
Right.
And she started the concept of that, and it's now spreading. Our country, we need strong leadership. We didn't have stuff like this. You know,
just to clarify here, if you shoplift, you still get like a misdemeanor. Like if you're caught, you know, they're just not going to come after you and expend resources from the department if you're a small-time petty thief from a store, you know? If you're stealing like thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, yeah, they'll come after you. Like, if you routinely rob a store, yeah, they're gonna arrest you.
when you look at what's happened to this country.
Yeah, look, if a white-collar executive steals billions, though, they're totally fine with that.
And you look at other countries, crime rates all over the world are down. You know why? Because they're all dumping their bad people, their prisoners, and...
This is maybe the stupidest formulation of this conspiracy theory that I've ever heard. Like, this is a new low for this particularly dumb conspiracy, which I need to remind all of you, was already stupid.
All of the people that are bad, they're not only the people on the streets, the people that are in jails. You know what they save by doing that? But they're dumping their prisoners and they're...
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They're closing all the prisons. They're closing all the prisons, folks. There's no more prisons in Vuvuzela. They closed all the prisons. All right. They closed the prisons, folks. And they sent them all over here. Nowadays, they don't even put you in prison, folks. They just put you on a plane.
They're criminal elements. They're dumping them into the United States of America. And our crime is going to go through the roof. It's going to go through the roof. And, you know, if we win, and I hope we win, we should win, we seem to be winning. And, you know, you can't even imagine that anybody would want these. This has nothing to do with me. Who would want these people? But can you imagine? They're just getting comfortable now, and they're criminals. So they're sort of laying low a little bit now.
Well, no, they're waiting for their court dates. They come here seeking asylum, they get a court date, and then they go and wait for their court date. That's how that works.
Because they're not comfortable, but soon they'll be comfortable.
No prisons in Vuvuzela? Why, it sounds like a paradise.
And they'll find that our police they're great.
Yeah.
But they're not allowed to do their job. They're not allowed to be strong, and they could do their...
What does that mean? No, seriously, what does that mean? Police aren't allowed to be strong? and aren't allowed to do their job. What does that mean? What does that mean, Donald? How does a police officer be more strong? I really want to hear Donald Trump advocate for police roughing up suspects and, convicted felons. Because I think it'd be funny.
Job if they will, but if they do their job, they have their pension knocked out, they have their car taken away, their family taken away, their house taken away, everything's taken away, and they lose their job. It's a very rough thing being a policeman today, I'll tell you. But they could do the job. We're going to have to let them do their job. We have a crime-infested nation. We're a drug-addicted nation, and we're a crime-infested nation.
In fact, there's a criminal right here.
Other than that, we're doing quite well.
Yeah. I want to move topics a little bit here. You know, I saw, I'm unfamiliar with exactly what it was called. You were speaking on stage with 3 other women, and you just got ambushed. They were late, and not a hi, hello, how are you? Just straight into it, just straight trying to rip you apart. And I think you handled it pretty well, but I wanted to ask you a question, like, why do you think, like, they just straight up do that for you, but then they're going to ask the other side, oh, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
That's right. Well, I did this as a favor. This was the black journalists. The room had maybe 2,000. It said 2,000. It looked more like 1,000 to me, but whatever it was packed.
Yeah.
And I did it because I thought it was a good thing to do. And they had a journalist.
Yeah, they were so mean to you. Those black people were so mean to you. What do you have to say about that?
I don't know. I didn't know who she was, but she was nasty. She was a terrible person. And I walk in, and instead of saying, hello, thank you very much for doing this, they also said, Kamala's going to do it. But then Kamala said, she wants to do it because she can't talk to people. She can't answer questions. She hasn't done one interview. You know, she's not doing any interviews.
Yeah.
Because
it's almost like she just started a campaign out of her ass.
If she did one interview where a hard question's asked, she's incapable of answering it. But I walk in, and this woman starts, hello, thank you very much for doing this. They also said, Kamala's going to do it. But then Kamala said, she wants to do it because she can't talk to people. She can't.
Yeah.
But let's get rid of the elephant in the room. And she starts talking about racism and everything. I said, you didn't even say hello to me. And I'm doing them a favor by doing this. I'm doing this out of respect to the black community.
You did the black community such a favor by talking to 3 of them on a stage. Yeah, you're really pulling out all the stops for the black community there, Donald.
And we're getting record numbers, as you know, in the black community. And she came across, she's with ABC Fake News, which is one of the worst. ABC is one of the worst.
Right.
And she is horrible. So she was very nasty. Harris Faulkner was there. She was excellent. The other person I didn't know, she was okay. I wouldn't say she was great, but she was okay. But I did it. And it was quite a sensation. Actually, a lot of people think it was well handled. The woman was so rude.
So rude.
That, it's hard to believe. You can walk into a thing, and I do them a favor, and I do this. Most people said, why are you doing it?
What is the favor? What is the favor? Like, as far as I can tell, they were all there to interview you and do you the favor, Donald. Like, they're boosting you to their audiences. It's not like there's a shortage of ways people can watch Donald Trump flail around.
I feel I have an obligation to do it. I want to look you become the president for all of the people, not for a certain segment.
Correct.
Not even for just my, they talk about my base, it's a very big base, but you become president for all of the people. So I feel you have an obligation to do that. Now, she's not doing anything. She's not doing any interviews because I don't believe she's capable. She starts, I don't know, she's strange. The whole thing is strange. Let's put it this way. Our country's in big trouble.
Yeah. I spoke to your son, Don Jr., when I met you in Doral.
Right.
I spoke to Don Jr. a little bit. He said, man, I feel for the young generation. You guys are, look at this. Like, look what's going on here. Like, It's like you need these next 4 years. If not, I don't. He's like, I don't know how well the country's going to do after these 4 years.
I don't
Yeah, how will it even survive?
think it survives. I really.
Hmm. I called that one. I called that. All right. Folks, we are at 6 hours in. Top of the hour ad break. If you are enjoying this show, please hit the follow button. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. Because all of those are what make this stream possible. I'm not large enough to actually earn like significant ad revenue. So you guys supporting me directly is what allows me to keep doing this. Hey, Zero. Pre-watched? Not on your life. I would tell you if I had pre-watched. But it's not the top of the hour. It is for me. I've been streaming for 6 hours. So it's the top of the hour ad break. How is this Aiden guy even managing to function in the world with as stupid as he is? I genuinely don't know. I don't know, but I'm poor. Hey, look, never put yourself in a bad position, okay? $4:42, I am correct. I mean, you're correct, but I'm looking at the clock. It says 3:43. Counterpoint. So, folks, I'm extremely exhausted. I don't think I can get through another hour of this. So I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm very tired. I got a lot of stuff I need to do tomorrow. So please consider supporting stream. And for those of you who still crave that content kick, again, we got a bunch of videos over on YouTube, but let's raid into Pixel Smixel. Hope you all enjoy. I think you will. Good night, everybody. Eat well, sleep well, play well. I will see you tomorrow. We'll finish up this Aiden Ross and Donald Trump shenanigans. And cover what else? What other things we got going on here? Hey, I can look 6 hours of content. All right, it's hard to do. I'm asleep too? Hell yeah. All right. Good night, everyone. Good luck. Get good sleep. Bye.